Okay, we live. We live. We got a lot of good news. Infrastructure passes the Senate. It will go to the House of Representatives. Caterpillar is up. Like I told you, I'm going to share my screen to look at Caterpillar. This is the main one that benefits from this infrastructure situation. This is an open panel. Feel free to join in on the panel as well, but we're going to look at Caterpillar. We're going to look at a lot of crypto plays, and we're also going to talk about trades as well. So this is the link open panel. Salute to you, Adam Williams. Salute to you, Mr. Williams. How was your day? Open panel. If anybody wants to come in, feel free to be able to come in. We can be able to talk infrastructure. And also, I told people to buy the dip all the time when it comes to NSAV. Now they got a big important conference where they have a situation where they're going to get more additional lending. Their cryptocurrency exchange is pretty much launched. Everything is going to be in the up and up once we get those quarter reports. So we can be able to see the financials. I got another oil play for y'all. That's AUNXF. AUNXF. But infrastructure passes the Senate. Situation will go to the House of Representatives, and they will have the modifications of the bill, but still the meat and potatoes that I keep on telling you for months is still in there, the roads, bridges. But we're going to look at Caterpillar, and I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to be able to do that real quick. But it's an open panel for the people that's coming in. Please like the video. Please share. Please subscribe if you haven't already have it. Subscribe. Open panel. But I'm going to share my screen. We're going to look at Caterpillar. But I showed you guys Caterpillar. And it has been up. Actually, Caterpillar has been up quite a bit since the last year. So Caterpillar is actually a run up. Doug, salute to you. No, I just mute myself. I mute myself. So any type of outside stuff, gonna have gardeners that's pretty much cutting the grass. So I don't want to have all that sound coming in into the live feed. But that is Caterpillar, ticker CAT. Caterpillar, this is the one that benefits the most off of this infrastructure talk. Anything that's the language of infrastructure, this benefits the most. It's a high ticket stock. I know people that do options, they're winning right now when it comes to this. But like I mentioned to everybody months ago, this infrastructure bill is going to be literally the foundation of everybody's trading accounts can be able to go up quicker with funding behind it, government spending. There's going to be another panelist. I'm pretty much waiting on him. He's going to teach you guys about trades. He's going to teach you guys about the electrician business and niche. I'm just pretty much waiting on him to be able to fully be ready and come up. teach you guys about the trades. Because at the end of the day, economy is everything. People say, well, this doesn't affect me. Yes, it do. Because once credit is either going to be extended, it's down a little bit, Adam. Adam, it's down a little bit, but it still managed to get a good run up because Caterpillar is up, and also the hydrogen trucks. So I'm going to share my screen again. We can look at the hydrogen trucks, HYZN. So this is going to be using hydrogen. So I'm going to mute up and I'm going to share my screen. But as you can see, all those hydrogen trucks is pretty much going to be rolled out, and it was up yesterday. It's up today. These are the headlines. Consumer cyclical stocks making moves on Monday. GNOG, SIC, RSI, HYZN. I told people about HYZN. I told you guys about WPRT. And people should look at Beyond Meat. Yes, Beyond Meat is about to make a big come up. They actually want Beyond Meat to be the biggest company in the world to replace meat to actually help on their agenda on curbing greenhouse emissions, and also what else? Net zero emissions by 2050. That's one of their plans. So this is a situation where this hydrogen truck right here will pretty much be running out in the street and get government funds. This benefits from infrastructure people. So this is the news. Plug Power told you guys about that. But pretty much $800 million of shares warrant for a potential sale. So pretty much this company right here is getting prioritized very big. And as you can see, it's actually up a little bit. People that they call options and did a covered call. Actually, covered call is where you can get income off of holding the stock, but you got to hold 100 shares in order to do a covered call. So that's a little on the advanced side when it comes to trading options, but it's up 30% the past 5 days. So people that make that call option, they made money. So really, to be honest, it's a stock reversal because in the past month, it's been down. Past 6 months, it's been down. Only time when it really had a consistent wave of a good run up was pretty much after election day to inauguration day. So after inauguration day, it was up 73%. People should always do fixed dollar cost averaging. People should also study how to be able to make money off of shorting a stock, having bear puts to make money off of selling high and buying back low, and be able to get some money off of the margin of it selling off like this from February 9th to the 25th into March. But this stock is being prioritized by the government. And pretty much as you can see, just nothing but months of just red days, consolidation most of the months, because it pretty much took a crash, consolidated sideways, it took a lower crash, but it seemed like it's making a reversal from the infrastructure news. Because in the past 5 days, it's been trending 30%, very tough to beat on this one, because it's Decarbonization Plus Acquisitions Corp, and HYZN is the truck that they have. This is something to keep on your radar, everybody. This is traded on the NASDAQ. This is being prioritized by the government. These are one of the infrastructure plays that I kept on telling you guys. Yes, Beyond Meat is a Bill Gates play. Yes, it would be considered as a Bill Gates play, but Beyond Meats is something that's being prioritized by the government. They are literally saying that they're going to make, well, there's actually one stock company I need to tell you guys about that actually is Beyond Meat that has a partnership with Jack in the Box. So hold on, let me inform y'all guys real quick. And I'm really waiting on my guest. My guest is a very busy man, but I gave him the link. So this is confirmed information. So NXMH has a Burger King connection. Next Meats is the company. Pretty much this company has a partnership with Jack in the Box on a partnership with their Beyond Meat. And I'm going to show you guys the ticker, and it's NXMH. This is Beyond Meats. People need to take advantage of this because they're prioritizing this just as much they are 3D printers when it comes to 3D printing homes. And I also got the cybersecurity stocks for y'all guys as well to pay attention on. Actually, a cybersecurity stock that actually is up today, but we are going to go to NXMH, and I'm going to share my screen. This could be a $25 share type stock if the stars align correctly when it comes to this. But let me share my screen. It's Next Meats Holding Inc. It's up 10% today, so it actually has a good run up. So all the people that do covered calls, they buy 100 shares and writing calls. They're making a good dividend income off of doing covered calls with their option trading strategy. So let's look at this. Next Meats Holdings. If y'all want y'all Beyond Meat stuff, here you go. But weird chart. It took a straight plunge, a huge sell-off, bounced off, then a big-ass run-up as we speak. A really big run-up. So I don't know if this is like news oriented, but it had literally like a crash. Then it had a big ass run up. Past 5 days, up 22%. Beyond Meat, everybody. Next Meats. People that did call options, covered calls, they made money. Past month, went up, crashed, and did a recovery. Up 25% from that 2 days time point, crashed again at 380. Then from 380 from July 30th to August 10th, up 50%. So a stock reversal. This is what we're looking for. A stock reversal and a good entry. Because as you can see, from June 16th to June 28th, up 137%. Took a nosedive just to run up back again. So people, if they would hold their position and did fixed dollar cost averaging and buy these dips, they would still be up off of their price, target and their entry points. So you always buy the dip when it comes to stocks like this, because this is being prioritized, because this got the Jack in the Box connection. It's in an uptrend. The stock reversal is pretty much giving it some good eyes on it. So it says Japanese alternative meat venue Next Meats will be constructing its own eco-friendly factory. So they got factories, and they got another company that they're doing partnerships as well. CPSL. Told you guys about that a month ago. This is actually a cheaper stock. So CPSL. We're gonna look at that next. But people should take advantage of this, man. There's no way people should be able to avoid any type of unnecessary problems. Okay, so we got someone up on the panel. Turn on your camera screen so I can make sure you're not a troll, and I will you can turn off your camera as soon as I verify who you are. So turn on the camera, give me the thumbs up before I let you on. Rex, give me the thumbs up. Okay, my man gave me the thumbs up. Okay, turn off your camera, sir. You can come on. Okay, what's going on, man?
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Outstanding. Yeah. I didn't know whether or not you would recognize the name Rex, but pretty much most of my Google account stuff and my YouTube channel uses that name. My YouTube is Suburban Homestead Outfitters in the chat, but it's all under the name Rex. So.
Okay, so you raise your own meat. Well, matter of fact, let's look at these articles, because we got Beyond Meat trying to become the big homie of the world when it comes to this meat. They're talking about Beyond Meat needs to be in every fast food restaurant chain. They're talking about Beyond Meat needs to be in every grocery store. Sal, you need to come up on the panel. But yeah, let's look at these articles. Let's look at these articles real quick.
And there's been a lot of talk about that. I think Kamala Harris was asked that question a while back during one of her debates, and she talked about it's kind of one of those global initiatives, if you will, through people that consider themselves globalists, has been long to control that aspect of the population as far as taking away meat and kind of transitioning them into some other kind of protein.
You see it, right? See my screen clearly?
Yeah, I can see the screen. I'm looking at it on YouTube. Yeah.
Matter of fact, let me full screen this. Let me fully screen this so everybody can see it, so there's nothing cutting off people's view. Hold on. Come on, man. I clicked on it. Okay. But Beyond Meats, this is a Japanese company, so people say, why you're not tapped into Asian markets? I am. But this is a Japanese alternative meat venture. Next Meats will construct its own eco-friendly factory dedicated to the alternative protein products. So it says here, Next Meats, an alternative meat venue company from Tokyo, commercializing the world's first vegan Japanese barbecue meat. This is the company. That's the picture. So this is literally a situation where it went up as soon as that infrastructure bill got passed in the Senate. That's going to be transitioned to the House of Representatives. This thing went up. Caterpillar has a monster run up. But pretty much in this article, it says Next Meat has gained attention for successfully developing an alternative egg product. Next Egg 1.0 is also launching Next Yakin 2 in the United States and selling out their first release of their products in a day. Today, Next Meats just revealed their plan to start the construction on their eco-friendly production facility called the Next Factory in Niigata, Japan, which is the hometown of Ryo Shihiro. No, I know I'm saying that wrong. Shira. Oh man. Well, he is pretty much their guy. I want people to research his name, look at his LinkedIn, look at the Google search, find out who he's connected with. Because I found out off of connections, this is connected with Jack in the Box. Rex, this got a partnership with Jack in the Box.
Now, I would imagine that in places like Japan, where they don't have the land specifically, they import most of their beef, which is why something like a hamburger is really expensive in Japan because they have to import so much meat. So I'd imagine it would probably be more really take off there as far as that goes.
So it says here, this factory will be a one-stop shop hub dedicated to alternative protein products and will include everything from research and development lab to a production line. This kind of large-scale facility specifically dedicated to the development of alternative proteins is likely to be the first of its kind in Japan. In a press conference announcing the construction of the facility, founders Hideaki Sasaki, Hideyuki Sasaki, and Ryo revealed that the next factory will incorporate DX systems as well as solar panels. Okay, so solar panel stocks, everybody. I told you guys about SIRC. They are a solar panels installation company and management team. That's why people need to more or less invest in the solar panel management companies, due to the fact that it's a recurring situation for a lot of people. They make their funds and they make their income month to month off of charging their services. So solar panel stocks, solar panel companies, and also cybersecurity companies surrounding this, because it says here other sustainable technologies, and its completion is scheduled for next summer. So 2022 summer 2022 would be a catalyst, a long-term catalyst. So people get in position when it comes to this. They are aimed to further stabilize the global supply chain of next meat products while lowering retail costs and strengthening the company's research and development capabilities. The co-founder of Next Meats and CEO of Next Meats. Okay, so take care, everybody. NXMH also voiced its strong determination to get back to his hometown. Okay, in the city, and from to desire contributions and lead alternative protein from that area. What else? Because the Jack in the Box situation, I researched off of finding out that the Jack in the Box CEO owns some stocks in this company. So the CEO of Jack in the Box owns stocks in Next Meat Holdings. That's funny how people back in the day was accusing Jack in the Box of kangaroo meat. To now they're doing business with this mystery company. But it says here, signed a cooperative research and development agreement. So this is a university of technology in Japan. So they got these studies with this university of technology. People should research this one as well to study what's going on beyond the news cycle. But the rest of that stuff is like solid. All the meats and bones that we need to find out is, one, this company, they mess with the stream. How can they mess with the stream? Yo, they can't hear me. Y'all can't hear me. Oh man, I'm breaking up. Wow. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, but you're breaking up for me as well. It's kind of fading in and out, or speeding up, slowing down.
Hold on. Give me one moment. I'll be back.
It's doing better right now. Okay.
Okay. Now you can hear me. But like I was saying, that Next Meats Holdings has a partnership with Jack in the Box. This company literally has Jack in the Box CEO put up millions of dollars into this company. Now, can y'all hear that? I just need y'all to hear that.
Yeah, no, that's coming in loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, for the people that's coming in, please like the video. And this is the open panel. This is the open panel. L. Daniels, come up. Davio, come up. Mr. Williams, come up. Sal, come up. Anybody that wants to come up, come up. But we got to talk about this Next Meats situation or situations, because now they trying to have everybody conditioned to be able to get ready to eat this stuff. Y'all willing to eat it? That's why I got this open panel, man. I'm going to ask questions for y'all. Ask questions from y'all in the chat, and also people that's coming in, please like the video. And also, this is an open panel. This is your conversation as well. But Rex, I need to get your opinion on this, man. You eating this?
No, I don't even get my meat from the store. I either raise my meat or I get it from my my buddies at farm. That's just the way. Matter of fact, if you go on my channel right now, I just picked up a half a cow on Saturday.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna share your screen. Matter of fact, promote yourself. I'm gonna share your screen.
Yeah, sure.
We're gonna look at some real estate. We're gonna look at some real estate as well. But share your screen.
Well, actually, I don't know. I'm on my cell phone, so I don't know how easy it would be for me to do that. But I'll just tell you, like in the chat, I'm Suburban Homestead Outfitters. Anybody types that in or sees it in the chat, you can just go to my channel and see it from there. I like I said, I buy a whole pig at a time. I'll buy, cow, either a half a cow, a quarter cow. I raise rabbits, raise chickens, so I don't get my meat from the store. Period. We kind of realized long ago what the game is going to be with that. And they've made it known that they want to transition the public into away from meat anyway, and I like meat, so I get my food on my own. That way, I don't.
Man, I'm a damn carnivore, man. I'm a damn carnivore, so I'm literally tied to whatever that shopping market sells. Because they got 3D printing meat as well, so we're gonna look at 3D printing companies as well. They're trying to 3D print the meat.
Yeah, as an investment, it's clear that that's the direction that they're trying to go. So as an investment, it probably makes sense if you want to take advantage of investment opportunities to go that route. On a personal level, of as far as what I'm going to eat, well then, I don't necessarily believe in that dogma. But as an investment opportunity, it's clear what direction that they want to go. So it's probably a smart investment.
So that's NXMH, Next Meats. It's a Japanese company. Research it. Have that on your study. It looks like it's doing a stock reversal. That is funny. Adam Williams say fake meat. He said fake meat. It's Next Meats. We got some pretty companies that we got to do some research as well. Planterra Properties. Come up on the panel. We're going to have a real estate panel as well after I'm done talking about 4 or 5 more stocks. Well, really, let's share my screen right now because I got a security stock that I need you guys to pay attention on. Biden and administration, they're paying up billions when it comes to this cybersecurity stuff. So that's why you need to get informed. So it's VSIM. Everybody, always do your research, man. Always do your research when it comes to this. But VSIM, cybersecurity stock, that pretty much actually has a good, solid run up. So it's VISM. Okay. Up 6%. Up 6% of the day. Really a crazy ass looking chart, to be honest. This is really like a chart that I see when it comes to trading options, but you can't trade options on this. I'm trying to get the 5-day trend line, but it ain't working. Wow. You got the link to this. So it's actually up 6%. Do you hear me? You know, hear me?
We got a little bit of buffering going on again. So
wow. But here is the link. It's a cybersecurity stock. It's actually up today. Me personally, for my personal hold, I'm gonna hold on to this bad boy until it's 5-6 cents. So it's a 10x off an entry. Well, it's actually 12x from the entry that I get. But I got a couple other cybersecurity stocks that you guys need to pay attention, like Palo Alto. Now, that's a bigger stock. That's more expensive type stock. I hope y'all heard that. But let me refresh one more time. Hold on. Let me refresh. Okay, like I said, VISM. VISM. That is the link to my source. It actually had a beautiful run in October, and it's actually doing good right now as we speak. I look for stock reversals. Definitely everybody do your own research. Also use Market Beat. Market Beat, so I'm going to type that in as a tool that you use due diligence. So marketbeat.com. Like I said, you always do your due diligence, and you also use tipranks.com. You use that for due diligence. Rashid, come up on the panel. Come up on the panel, Rashid. All aboard. Respect to you. So, Rex, we got people into your channel. So people are paying attention to you. I managed to make sure that your channel link is in the chat. I'm always going to make sure that you always have respect when it comes to this channel. So, Rex, tell the people about yourself, man. The trades.
Yeah, sure. I'm located in the Indianapolis, Indiana area. I'm a master electrician. So obviously I'm into homesteading, growing my own food, raising animals. That's one aspect of it. That's just one aspect. But as far as professionally, I am a master electrician, and so I'm self-employed. I have my own business as an electrical contractor here in the city. Been doing electrical work probably for at least 30 years, a little over 30 years. And that's kind of a combination of electronics work, electrical work. The electrical discipline is a very wide discipline. I've been very fortunate to have done a lot of different work all over the place as far as that goes. So I've been fortunate to cover a lot of different disciplines in it.
Talk incomes.
Talk incomes. Well, I'll tell you, the beautiful thing about once you are a master electrician, and like I said, you'll hear people say that they're an electrician, but when it comes to licensing, that's pretty much handled by municipalities, right? So once you are actually licensed by a municipality, what that means is that you're the only one that can actually get a permit, right? So say, for example, anybody can do any work, but let's say you have to have a panel change, get the power company involved, or you want to, build out an office space or something of that nature, build a building, something of that nature, where you actually have to have a permit from the city. Well, then that can only be done by an official licensed electrician. typically a master with most municipalities. So the sky is the limit. The guy who taught me the trade is a multimillionaire, and he has no college, or anything of that nature. So that's pretty much how that works. As far as incomes, you pretty right now we are incredibly in demand. But I would say the best research for something like that is to think about what you pay. Say, for example, I don't know, everybody's got an electrical panel, or at least is familiar with that in their home. So if you look at the national average for what it costs to replace an electrical panel, it will range anywhere from, $1,000 to $2,500, in some cases more. That is kind of one of the things that everybody thinks they can do a little bit of electrical work, but everybody's afraid of messing with that panel. We get calls, daily for people to, hey, we need a panel change, we need a panel upgrade, things of that nature. For me being self-employed, not really needing anyone to do that work but me, it ultimately means, profit of $1,000 a day or every time I do it. So it is extremely lucrative for anybody who is looking to be self-employed. Now, granted, you got to pay your dues. You can't just go get a license. Most municipalities have hoops that you have to jump through to get that license.
Okay.
So you're going to have to know what you're doing, right? I mean, it's an extremely involved and technical field. So, but I'll say the bare minimum here in Indianapolis. In order to become a master electrician, you have to take a test. That before they even let you take the test, you have to go before the electrical board. So there's like an 8-member board that's appointed by the, mayor, and you have to display to them that you have at least 6 years of documented experience underneath another master. And once you have that, you can then take the test. And not to put people off, but it's one of these things where I don't know, upwards of 70% of the people fail that test the first time. So it's the type of situation where, if you put your mind to it, then you can kind of write your own ticket after that. There's not enough of us to do this work, hands down. There's just not enough. And as construction projects, as we get more and more construction projects and there's less and less people to do the work, that pretty much just means that you are able to demand more money. But it also means that I'm relatively small company, with the big companies handling all of the big major construction projects. It really leaves the door open for us to do everything else. So, I get, we get offers for bids, multiple daily, so it's a really good field to get into. It is pretty it's a forgiving field, as in no one cares what your past record is. No one cares what your criminal record is once you get to that point, right? Construction is one of the most lenient areas there is for people with a past. Let's just say it like that, right? I'm sorry, go ahead. Were you going to ask me something?
You see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just need you to be able to see my screen, because when you said construction, Caterpillar does a lot of developments. They got strong government contracts. As you can see, the yearly trend, people that did fixed dollar cost averaging, like I told them on that list in February, they're actually up. Because when I told them about it, it was like around February. So it was pre-stimulus. So like the time period of January 28th, February 11th to June 2nd, that still would have been a nice fixed dollar cost averaging. So when it comes to fixed dollar cost averaging, it just means that from the time period, if you put in $150 a month on this stock, from month to month, it actually has a cumulative growth, and you can be able to leverage the fact that it has a cumulative growth, where you can be able to either have call options, do covered calls, but that's advanced trading. But the only thing I just want to say is Caterpillar probably going to be $400 by 2025.
Well, that's also a dividend producing stock. So is just from my suggestion for people looking at stocks is to look at stocks that do offer dividends, which means that if
Yes.
you hold a certain amount of that stock, even if you never sell it, let's say you just keep putting dollar cost averaging, putting your money into that stock, you will get a check at the end of the year based off of dividend. So there's a dividend
Yes, sir.
yield. As they say, that dividend yield there is 2.07%. Depending on how much money you have, that can be something or it's something. So dividend producing stocks, especially those that are kind of what we would consider to be a blue chip or a very stable stock is a pretty good idea as well.
So NHI is one of my dividend stocks that I told people months ago as well that I personally have. And this is actually a stable dividend. So the dividend yield, so let me back out. So I just put in $100 every month when it came to this, and the dividend yield is 5.6, but it ranged around 7%. When I got into it, it was 7%, but it held up to 5.6. So 5.7% dividend yield. So it's 52-week low, $50, 52-week high, $80. But I go for the dividends and I do fixed dollar cost averaging, where I set aside money every month on this position in order to be able to get a good dividend to be able to leverage as well. So that's why I tell people all the time, look at the infrastructure plays. And if the play got a dividend yield, it's actually double leveraging. It's really double leveraging. That's the key of all these components. So we just try to make sure. Yes.
I think he's refreshing again.
But like I mentioned, I've been told everybody about my dividend stock of NHI because that provides a nice, solid dividend. And it's a stable dividend where you can be able to get your funds. You can leverage the funds that do come in. Like Rex mentioned, you be able to rebalance your portfolio, analyze what's needed, because rebalancing your portfolio is a must, because biotech was 2020's winner, but biotech wound up getting its ass whooped when it came to 2021. So people that got 265% off of betting on biotech in 2020, if they rebalanced and they can preserve their funds and also protect their income, a lot of people would use insurance policies. I more or less say annuity plan. Take the funds and create an annuity plan and be able to have residual money coming in, where just residual money off of that annuity can be able to take care of you when it comes to other plays. People that would have just left their biotech stocks from 2020 to 2021, they would have got crushed. And the China bear is actually a situation where you can profit off of China's crackdown and be able to make some money off of them going hard on a lot of Chinese stocks that are on the NASDAQ. But I tell people all the time, just always make sure that you can always have a good understanding of what is around you, because people use treasury bonds and gold ETF. Gold actually took a drop, and now gold is making a reversal back up. But this is a question for you, Rex. No, that wasn't a question. That there was one question that L. Daniels had for you.
I think it had to do with people living in apartments, and it's just a matter of scale. Meaning, if you're living in an apartment, let's say before my wife and I bought the house we're in right now, we were living in an apartment. We took a bag of topsoil out on our patio. We cut 4 holes in each close to the corner of that bag of topsoil and put tomatoes in it. And we were harvesting tomatoes in an apartment, right? So if you do have a balcony, there is something you can do with container gardening. There's also a lot of sprouting you can do and things of that nature. And sprouting is I don't know if you're familiar with bean sprouts and things of that nature, but there is something you can do. The main thing is to try to produce a certain percentage of your food on your own if you're interested in taking that route. You got to crawl before you can walk. It takes years to really get good at this and learn this, so you have to start somewhere. Of course, you're not going to have too much livestock in your apartment, but you can most certainly start growing vegetables if you at least have a balcony.
Well, what do you feel about? Damn, I just had a brain fart. Matter of fact, Sal, you need to come up on the panel because Sal was also talking about best areas in the country to do the stuff that you're doing, because it's also location based.
It is location based. The reason why we're called Suburban Homestead Outfitters is because we live in your typical suburban lot, no more than a third of an acre. It's not like I have a whole bunch of land. I don't. I live in your typical neighborhood. Now, granted, I have good neighbors. You can be in a situation, some people, if you have a HOA or things of that nature, it may be a little bit more difficult to do certain things. And in that aspect, I would say you would have to prioritize what you find important, whether or not you find living in an HOA with a manicured lawn important, or whether you find food security important. I think that's just a choice that people are going to have to start to make. Lawn is something that, if you go over to England, they don't call it a front yard. They call it a garden because it's naturally assumed that any logical human being is going to grow food in their on their property. We've just gotten stuck into this idea that we have to grow a crop, which is grass, and spend money on gasoline on cutting it every week, growing it, cutting it, growing it, cutting it, and throwing it away. So or bagging it up and letting someone else cart it off for us to no end. We consider homestead is making your home work for you. So as far as I'm concerned, at any point in time, my home is going to be, as it is, it can be an expense, right? So I want my home to work for me as much as possible. And in order for that to be the case, I, make my home produce. So that's the way I look at it.
Because at the end of the day, people should just be more strategic on where to go. Now I'm gonna transition to the real estate situation. And Rashid, if you're listening in the shadows, man, this is your cue. Because all the construction people in seem like Atlanta. We need you to be able to come up on the panel. We got to analyze those markets. We analyzed Chicago. We analyzed Harvey. We didn't analyze Indianapolis, so we are going to analyze Indianapolis. So I'm going to show everybody. So I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to show everybody what's the prices in Indianapolis. So let me mute up real quick and type this out. But
I can tell you at least from my aspect in Indianapolis, we saw home prices pretty much. I think we've been in our home for 10 years and 10 years, and it is at least doubled as far as its appraised value. The market was red hot for everybody for the past couple of years. As far as it's been ridiculous prices that they've been asking, and it seems we're kind of hoping that at some point it actually does level out, because it's incredible as far as how much the market has, as far as existing home sales. New home sales kind of took a beating based off of material. We had a lumber shortage and things of that nature. What I found was during the pandemic, or at least last year, a lot of my commercial business went away, but I had a lot less commercial work, and I had a ton more residential work. And what I found is that home improvements and things of that nature went up. A lot of people were improving their property because they were home. Prior to that, the whole family was not at home at the same time. And I think what happened was that the more people that were home, if their kids were home, like they're working from home, their wife is working from home, their kids are doing school, at home, and they figured out that their space just didn't work for them, because prior to that point, nobody was really all home at the same time. So there was
Can you see my screen?
Ton of home improvements. It's coming up now, at least on my YouTube.
Can you see it?
Um, right now I'm looking at
Direction.
yeah, I
I'm
can see it's
highlighting
oh
it now.
09. Yeah. Oh, okay. Direxion, yeah. Daily Home Builders and
The,
Supplies.
so when you said the pandemic situation, people that bought the dip, now I got on this kind of late when it was around $50. But as you can see, 1 year, then we do the 5 year. So this home builder situation, when all this pretty much happened at its lowest point, it was around 760.
So yeah, you can pretty much see there from last year, from December of last year into where we are now. There's been an incredible jump there.
Yes. So October, December, okay. The home builders. So this is how you profit off of home prices, home builders winning, pretty much banging on your chest. The apes, I like to call it, the apes win. This is how you win with them. This is 3x leverage. So this compounds with fixed dollar cost averaging. So people's account that was $1,000 from this start is probably around 250,000 right now. It's 3x leverage that they're playing with. So it 3x the gains every single day actively. So the people that got in the seven, they probably got like $250,000 in the bank account by doing $150 set aside a month on nail. So they buy $150 on nail. They bet on nail. They pretty much took $20 on $7 and kept on compounding it. And you can see that this shit has actually rose higher over pre-pandemic levels. Up 821% from March 27th, 2020 to May 7th, then it tapered down. So people that do shorts and calls on this, they pretty much like to play around with this. This is how you profit off of the home builder situation. That home builder situation pretty much is how you can get money off of the building and overdevelopment in the area. I hope y'all can hear me. Hope y'all can hear me though.
Yeah, you start to get a little. This starts to be a bit of a
off?
buffering problem or something. I think it's usually when you bring. I don't know. It seems like you got to refresh just a lot. Right now, you seem fine. I think.
But I hope that the message didn't get lost. Pretty much the 3x leverage on the home builders is how people can be able to leverage their money and to be able to ride a bull wave of overdevelopment, homes getting sold very quickly, and not a lot of inventory in the market. As soon as inventory hits the market, as soon as they get rid of that moratorium, which that's another situation I want to ask you, Rex. What is your opinion on the moratoriums? They actually raise up rents quicker and faster with moratoriums in a place. But
Well,
what is your opinion?
well, no, I get people are gonna make their money back. People have got to figure out a way to make their money back. So, and if there's more risk for the someone who's invested in to rental property, it's just kind of anytime the government gets involved in something like that, they don't necessarily make the market better for the people that they're trying to help. And guys always find a way to make money. So I'm not necessarily for something like a moratorium. I think it was a bad idea. Um, but I say that as from the standpoint of, you know, somebody who owns I don't own a rental property, but from the aspect of, those who do own rental properties, because a lot of those are my clients. So if I'm in a situation where they can't pay for needed repairs or they're holding off needed repairs, then it affects me in that aspect because they're not getting the money that they should be getting from their renters. But I would imagine that then when things turn around and they're actually able to get their properties back and start making money off of that, then prices are going to go up. It's almost guaranteed.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen and we're going to look at Indianapolis home prices. And for the people that's coming in, please like the video. This is an open panel. Feel free to be able to join in. Feel free to be able to get involved in the conversation. We analyze what markets we analyze in Indianapolis. So the link is in the chat if you come on the panel. Let me put that up. Asking questions. If anybody wants to book a consultation, my email is creditbuilder475@gmail.com for a consultation or need your credit repaired. Creditbuilder475@gmail.com. So I'm going to share my screen. We're going to look at Indianapolis. Now, what's the rents in Indianapolis, Rex? So what is the rents? Because people want to figure out what's the rents in the market, get a gauge on what can they be able to potentially charge.
You're starting to break up a little bit, but I think what you're asking me was what is your typical rent? And like I said, I haven't rented a piece of property in Indianapolis in at least a decade, but I believe that, let's say, for if someone were to rent maybe a 3-bedroom house, they would be in that $1,200 range perhaps. And if they wanted to rent an apartment, maybe a 1-bedroom, they would probably be in the $700 to $800 range. Would be a guess.
You see
Any
how I highlighted the properties is 215 and it rose up 17% recently. Over a year. Hold on. Hang on. Oh, it's up here. One year.
I think at least in looking at that 3 year, it definitely shows over 100% increase in the past 3 years as far as the price.
Yep.
So I mean, it's we've seen a major increase in the value of homes in India, and there's been a shortage. There's we get into the bidding wars and all of that here. Houses don't stay on the market long here. At least they haven't for the past for most of 2021. Houses do not stay on the market long. I let's see. I guess no, that was last year. I guess my neighbor across the street, his house was on the market for a grand total of 3 days. Um, so they would call what we have here a housing shortage, but that's because we have a lot of industry moving in. Um, there's lots of jobs available here in Indiana, and there's quite a few larger companies that have factories here in Indiana, not just Indianapolis, but all over Indiana. So there's a big need for housing here.
Something like California with $5 million with footage like this. Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. But yo, something like that would have been $5 million in California. So I put the link in the chat of that listing for everybody to see and for the people in the replay.
Yeah, Indiana has a great cost of living as far as you know, it's traditionally had a pretty good. That's what more or less drew us to this area in the first place, was that it has an incredible cost of living. I mean, uh, what we pay for our property, at least before the housing boom started, like I said, a good 10 years ago, it was incredible as far as how much you could get for your money.
Because we got that scenario right there. That is a 900. Well, that's a million property, and that would have been $4 to $5 million in California. That's close to 9,000, 10,000 square feet.
Yeah, I came from the East Coast, from the Maryland, D.C. area, and it's night and day as far as the you know, what the houses cost. It's incredible.
Because I look at that market as something for people that's in Chicago that's pretty much transitioning to either, how can I say, either Indianapolis or the Houston, Texas, I noticed. So that market is pretty much range. It seems like every other market, very competitive, because you saw that competitive score in Indianapolis is 81% based off of that scenario. Memphis, Tennessee, actually properties going up in Memphis. So we're gonna look at the Memphis markets. Oh, dang, that's why I want you to come up on panel so we can be able to observe these markets clearly and effectively. Yeah. We're gonna look at Nashville, Memphis. Let's look at Memphis. So let's look at. I got my link ready. So we're going to look at Memphis housing markets really briefly. Got a lot of fix and flipping in that market. Got a lot of fix and flippers in the market when it comes to Memphis. Okay, so it says here the average rent is $933 a month, according to the most recent reports at Rent Cafe. And the properties is $220,000. Well, this is his own interpretation of Memphis. So pretty much Memphis is either having one or two things: development around their sports stadiums. I notice a lot of development around existing sports stadiums is happening. And also commercial developers is coming into an area where it's cheaper. People from Chicago that notice that Chicago is getting too expensive, it would go to a area in Tennessee like Memphis, Nashville. See, because it says here, creating an influx of out-of-state investors who are snapping up local homes and for the rental market. As the Memphis Business Journal reports, good homes in Memphis are frequently getting multiple offers the same day they hit the market and frequently selling for more than the asking price. Although the Memphis real estate market is hot, the truth is there is a lot more to like about Memphis besides the great real estate prices. Well, this is his own interpretation, pretty much talking about Mason Barbecue, which that's relevant. Real estate investors in Memphis will find plenty. Okay, so if they have a riverboat cruise situation, people should make money on funding clubs available in Memphis. So I want to research clubs and businesses that's for sale in Memphis, Tennessee, to be able to see what's going on, because it says here Memphis is business friendly. That's nice to know. Population growth always increases real estate prices as well. Population growth actually provides opportunity for people to convert warehouses into apartment units. Due to the fact of population growth, apartment builders actually win. So the key population stats: Memphis has a metropolitan population of nearly 1.4 million, making the 42nd largest metro area in the nation. Population of Memphis has increased 0.26 year over year. The median household income in Memphis is $54,000 per capita, is $30,000. Now that's why you're charging only $993 average in the city. Okay, African Americans, 47% of the population, white Americans, 45%, Hispanics and Asians, 7.7%. Okay, 89% of the population are ages 20 to 50. Demographic: rental property investors. Like I said, apartment builder type of market. Visuals. Job market growth is again accelerating as residents brought to a healthy, vibrant city along the shores of the Mississippi River. BLS reports that job sectors in Memphis is fasting signs of recovery, including construction, trade and transportation, information technology, and government. Most of the jobs is actually government jobs when it comes to this area, but construction is actually a good, steady situation where it shows people coming in and buying up and building. Can you hear me?
You were kind of
Yes.
chopping up a bit. Yeah, I can hear you. You were kind of chopping up a bit. I don't know if it's when you have other screens open, if it kind of taxes the processor a bit to why it breaks up at that point or not.
It takes up a lot of energy.
Yeah.
Takes up a lot of energy. Definitely takes up a lot of energy when it comes to my computer screen. But pretty much what I was saying, that area has job growth. That area has construction that's being built up. And the rents will go up from $933 to $1,200, I bet you, in 2 years. Or less. Or less.
Yeah, I can definitely
rents,
see that. I think we're looking at that situation overall anyway, just with natural inflation and, as far as how much things are inflating. There's no reason why the rents wouldn't follow that same pathway. And currently with most places, there's just a number. We have a shortage of workers, period, in America right now. It seems like there's just all kinds of opportunities for people that want to work.
Because income 50.
You're kind of chopping up on us right now. I'm not sure if you can hear us at all, but I can't hear you right now. Okay, guys, I can just I can see he's refreshing again, so he should be right back. And when he comes back, I want to ask him what he thinks about crypto, if he is into the crypto market at all. I don't know if anyone in the chat is into the crypto market at all, but it's definitely a question I was going to have for him.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Now I'm here. Benny, come up on the panel. Benny, come up on the panel. L. Daniels, come up on the panel. L. Daniels, you don't have to.
Okay. Okay. All right.
You
Hey, I
don't
was going to
have.
ask you, are you into the crypto market at all?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
NSAV. NSAV is the cryptocurrency exchange. And to be honest, people should just look at it to buy the dip. Because really, to be honest, this situation is, I tell people all the time with NSAV, you always buy the dip. Buy the dip. You never jump into it, never nothing too early. Because right now, it's literally from 2 cents. And the Wall Street Journal has a price target of this stock being $22 a share. So really, only why it has a sell-off like this is people that, like me, I made money on it when it was 0.004. And I sold my shares at 12 cents. So I'm going to share my screen. And I'm going to give you guys an overview on why I told you guys about that for so long. So I'm boarding again? Am I boarding again? Don't tell me I'm boarding again now. I'm okay. Like I said, NSAV is a situation where you buy the dip, and even if stocks that you or me that pretty much missed, you always wait for a dip entry to be able to buy in. NSAV has good news surrounding it. The technicals is pretty much a situation where, okay, so see, it happens every time I share the screen when it comes to that. So I always have a very radical.
Yeah, we just lost him. He'll be back. Yeah, maybe too many tabs open as well. I agree with that, Doug. It seems like it's just taxing his processor. It may be just a little bit too much on the computer processor. That if you have too much going on, it starts to borg out like that. I think he's back though.
My tabs, Doug. I deleted all my tabs. That is funny. I deleted all my tabs. I don't know, because I know for sure StreamYards take up a lot of energy, because I charged this thing for like 5 hours and I'm already at like 30%. So this eat up a lot of energy. But from what the premise of what I was trying to say is, NSAV is the buy to dip opportunity. You buy Cardano, you would buy any type of blockchain technology stocks like BTBT is Bit Digital Inc. And that stock was $4 and it ran up to $17 a share. Once crypto and Bitcoin took pretty much a good recovery and ran up in the past 20 days, it's been up 60% in the past 20 days. So a lot of the blockchain stocks benefit from a big run up on that. But I tell people all the time, look at Compound. I told people about Compound when it was $40 a coin. Now Compound is reaching $500, $600 a coin. Actually, that's about to be very expensive. Where Compound is digital finance token, and that's going to be literally into the thousands, competing with Ethereum. Man, I'm having a bad day. I'm having a bad day when it comes to this audio shit. Rex, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just like I say, every now and then you kind of borg out on us, but I can hear you now since you've come back.
$30,000 that they have Ethereum projected. $30,000, that's projection when it comes to Ethereum. So every time I look at the markets, I see that it's definitely potential for people to either say, well, I can either invest in blockchain technology stocks, invest in the mining situation, wait for scenarios with either China accepting it, which waiting on China is definitely a lost cause. Russia is accepting Bitcoin as a form of currency. Japan.
I think El Salvador made it legal tender.
Yes, El Salvador.
Or they made Bitcoin legal tender, basically. So
Bitcoin legal tender. So people should always focus on what other countries is doing surrounding it. We have a situation where we got too many pump and dumpers like Elon Musk. he pretty much threw a curveball and had people thinking one side of the track when they should have went the other side of the track. But I blame the fundamentalist people because they were supposed to have an index that bet against Bitcoin for America. Like there's one for Canada, but that's for my Canadian traders. Shout out to my people in Canada. They pretty much got in and made money off of shorting Bitcoin, while American traders was pretty much stuck with the door pretty much hinged. Not hinged, but pretty much nailed shut. People were trying to get out their situations and be able to make money off of the downturn and pretty much got stuck buying the thing at 60,000 in coin, and it went down to like 36.
I think it kissed 29 at one point on the once it had hit that $60,000 mark, it went down to just about 29 at one point. It kissed it for like a good day. But yeah, it averaged around 30 some $1,000s. Now it's on its way back up, and it should be in the 44, 45 territory today.
So people should always just be mindful of using your proper technicals, looking and surrounding yourself on everything that's needed when it comes to your tools. I look at TradingView. I look at sentiments of when it comes to JP Morgan, because you got JP Morgan, pretty much institutional people, because they buy up a lot of it and they can be able to be the whales on it very quickly.
And JP Morgan will typically lie about it when they do. So
yes.
They'll badmouth it, just to kind of kill the price, and then in the back
get
door,
a good entry.
They're buying up a bunch of it while they're badmouthing it.
Hey, they get a good entry. They do it all the time. So like LCLP is a blockchain penny that I tell people all the time. LCLP. Now that blew up very big when Bitcoin had its huge run up. It actually went up 1,200% in like one day. And that's a monster return when it comes to a penny stock. And that is literally like a insane type of run up. LCLP had like one of, I would have to say, like a Hall of Fame type of performance when it came to having a run up just off of blockchain merger and acquisition in play. Like I see that the technology can be able to make more money than the coin. Belfrix research Belfrix proprietary blockchain platform grows to 8 countries eyeing a national level. So I want to share my screen, but that's usually when everything starts tripping.
Yeah, and you're starting to borg out just a little bit, but we can still hear you for the most part.
Wow, really?
Yeah, so for the
I'm
most part, right
share.
now, you're fine, but yeah.
Wow. But let me just keep this as just dialogue. L Daniels, no problem. L Daniels, you have my email. L Daniels, contact me. I will give you a free stock list, and we will be able to send that to you, and we can be able to make sure that's working out for you. And we'll have a guided strategy when it comes to stocks, and also look at credit unions. Also look at qualifying yourself more on the regiment of getting your personal sorted out. And if your personal is already good, L Daniels, you just make sure that you got a good business plan, LLC created, EIN, DUNS number, business trade lines, a strong opening checking account deposit so you can get bonuses on your deposit, and unsecured credit cards from credit unions as well. And also look at KeyBank. KeyBank provides no doc business loans up to $50,000 based on your personal, so you are the personal guarantor. And my team, me, Mark, and Brian. Mark helps people to get funding and financing on commercial apartment buildings, and also to be able to get some form of cash back off of having the seller of the property carry back. He will also help you when it comes to negotiating, when it comes to the commercial property owner. You always make sure that you incentivize the realtor, tell them that they have a good buyer. When it comes to you, Mark, make sure that the funds is cleared, pre-approval, letter of intent, and also proof of funds. Get the financials, you beat them down on the price. You can be able to get some good equity saves when it comes to real estate off of beating them down on the price. If you really want to get aggressive, you ask them for a Schedule E, because they cannot lie on the Schedule E, because the Schedule E has all their expenses, all their income. And if anybody find deals in their area, we can talk about it in a private call, and we can be able to see what can we be able to do to make sure that you can make money off of talking to the realtor, being aggressive, providing an incentive, a bonus, a commission. Make the realtor on your side. Ask the realtor to buy. Well, ask the realtor that if you have any other listings, that you can be able to buy them. And you can be able to get cash outs per deal and give them bonuses per deal. But it's all about incentivizing the realtor, getting more people on your side when it comes to that, and being very aggressive on the negotiation. Properties that's been on Crelix, CREXI. You can be able to negotiate those if it's been on the listings for 50, 60 days or higher. Be able to negotiate, beat them down on the price. They'll be able to work with you due to the fact that they have to be able to close on this. They don't like the inventory that's on there. They'll make a commission. Actually, they'll make more of a commission plus a faster close, due to the fact that with Mark, he can be able to have people in good scenarios when it comes to acquiring property buildings. Me and Brian, we clean people's credit. We give them the business credit solution. We be able to work with them based on their budget and give them a good detailed strategy to be able to qualify themselves when it comes to real estate. Deletions is needed. People that needs type of inquiries deleted. People that need trade lines to be able to get access to some CCs. That can be done, but more or less you have to focus on your business planning and making sure that your personal is always strong, because your business credit, you can shield your personal credit. So if you have business credit cards and business loans, it does not hit your credit utilization on your personal. So that's how you preserve your credit and to be able to make sure that you're on the up and up. Always focus on a trust account to be able to properly organize your funds. Monetize everything with an S corporation to avoid self-employment taxes and Obamacare. You get an LLC, and you create the LLC with a tax designation under 70 days with an S corporation that saves money on your taxes. And always go to an illegal tax expert. But this is what I do when it comes to my personal LLCs, on when I organized it for the very first time at 18. So that's something that to always be able to look at as a scenario of organizing it with a private holding company, with a trust, LLCs corporations, 401ks, self-employed pension like I do. So you could be able to set aside your monies and make sure that your taxable income does not get all hit in one setting. And always be diligent on auditing the books. Always look at your bookkeeping. Always keep your bookkeeping records on task, on file. Make sure everything is neat. Everything is documented and duplicated for your copies. And also, you can get the big firms to do the big audits to make sure that nobody's not stealing from you. But always looking for realtor connections, developer connections. Use PropStream to your advantage. Like in the Indianapolis market, if I was really interested in the Indianapolis market, I would look for one, who were the people that bought those properties in very quick time manners. And you can be able to get the records with using PropStream, so you can find what the LLC bought that property at what price. You can incentivize another deal for them, and you can be able to actually provide them deals and get a commission. You get the commission or assignment fee of $5,000 to $10,000, or a double close for more money with transactional funding. Because Illinois, wholesaling in Illinois, you can't do it off of just A to B to C. You got to do A to B, C to D, meaning that you are B, A is the seller, C is the transactional funding company, and D is the end buyer, that developer that you found using propstreamtool.com. So when it comes to that, that's the Illinois situation. In Annapolis, I believe that you can do wholesale. That's why you always get a legal attorney, get you good legal advice when it comes to the parameters, because you need to be able to profit and benefit off of gentrification and development. People should always look for the development in that area. You need to profit off of this. You need to be in between. You need to get in people's faces. You need to be able to actually incentivize the realtors. If the realtors know that you have the ability to buy up all their property listings, and for them the ability to get a bonus on the back end as well, they will keep sending you every single deal that come across their desk before it hits the MLS. And you need situations like that, because it's sort of like dealing off-market property listings. People that do the We Buy Houses advertisement, they win off of the advertisements of people doing bandit signs or taking out Facebook ads, Google ads, TV ads, billboards. People want those deals at a cheap price and a cheap rate. Motivated sellers. And I give all the people that book a consultation with me all the sellers list. All the situations when it comes to how to deal with the sellers. But you have to be able to look into one, your personal credit needs to be fixed up. 2, your LLCs need to be correctly organized when it comes to 1, your business concept, 2, your marketing concept, 3, getting your labor from Upwork using Fiverr. I don't know why I said Fiverr, but Fiverr, and you be able to leverage those people to the extreme ability. If you need somebody to be able to kind of like be the person to walk with you on that, free of charge when it comes to that aspect. But people that book the consultation with me, they get the full step-by-step process. Even people that I either lost contact with off of no fault of mine or theirs, they still get the emails, they still get the checklist, they still have the access and ability toward on knowing how to be a good discipline manager, the ability to recruit, checklists, key operating performances, and also having a good status report to be able to make sure that everything hits in cylinder. People always should have a standard operating procedure when it comes to their business. Like e-commerce, for me, is a very easy business to start. I can literally just create a website on Shopify, do my own Facebook ads, or if I'm lazy with it, I will hire my own Google Ads people on top of who I already have, plus Facebook people, get SMS Bump to capture phone numbers, get Klaviyo to capture emails, get Social Snowball to have automated affiliate marketing, where every person, say with Rex, say if Rex bought something on my store, when it came to his equipment materials, it will actually have a referral code to refer somebody for a 25% discount. So I can leverage Rex from 1 to 1 to 1 to 2, meaning that I don't have to spend as much money on my marketing because everything is in-house, word of mouth, automated marketing, automated affiliate marketing. Because if you're going to do affiliate marketing, do it for your own website and have it where your customers can actually become your affiliates. That's how you can leverage a 1 to 2, 1 to 3 type of basis. And with word of mouth, it's trusted due to the fact that people that they're getting information from, they trust their word, they trust their intuition, and they will pull the trigger on buying products from you as well. But that's when it comes to creating your business niche, when it comes to e-commerce with the LLC. Because e-commerce, they're getting more funding. Actually, they're getting very lax funding where people are willing to fund a profitable e-commerce business more than any other business. Actually, e-commerce is killing brick and mortar. And when the lockdowns happened, people that were doing Amazon automations, Walmart automations, like I mentioned, Shopify with Facebook ads, Google ads, collecting phone numbers, emails, abandoned carts, retargeting, where somebody that click on your website, they will be able to see your product advertisement 5, 6, 7 times in the whole month with a promo code of 20% off, a warranty plan of 1 or 2 years, 100% money back guarantee, and also the ability of having a chat box and a forward phone number, just in case if you want to be able to give it the 1-800 professional look. You could get 1-800-forwarder, 1-800-forwarder.com to be able to get a 1-800 number that forwards where you can get all the phone numbers. You can be able to reply with a team. And that's where standard operating procedure and getting on a ass matters. But Rex, you got anything to say when it comes to what I said? I know it's a handful, but I had to tell people.
Oh yeah,
when it
no,
comes to the business
well, it was a very big handful. Yeah, I pretty much, at least on the affiliate aspect of it, that's always a good idea. I know that Amazon has that whole affiliate program that a lot of people get with, which is for those who don't understand it. I mean, ultimately what it means is that, if you do have your own website and people use your link to do what they normally buy on Amazon anyway, Amazon has a program to where you actually get a percentage, or you get money based off of people using your link to buy what they normally buy anyway on Amazon.
So just pushing a
like
link. It's just pushing
idea.
a link. It's pushing a link, Rex. The only thing you're doing is pushing a link. Your business is the link. Preserve the link, protect the link, make sure that the link is always active. Always make sure that your website is always well tailored based off of the niche. That's why you always get some outside people. And I'm not saying I'm that outside person, but somebody that you either hire from Upwork, Fiverr, or any other type of platform to make sure that you can benefit from whatever that happens, whatever that comes up, whatever that hits the hardest, really, to be honest, because your job is to leverage those transactions from e-commerce to get into real estate, period. It's no negotiating. It's no type of outthink about it. It's literally leveraging digital assets to physical hard assets that can be leveraged. At times, people leverage their homes 2 or 3 times a year. Well, 2 or 3 times every 2 years. When it comes to refinance loans, hard money loans, a private lender, people literally max out. And I'm not saying that's the way to do it. I definitely do not advise it, but people do it. Because the person that I
extremely
that
can be
dangerous.
Extremely risky. I know for my own aspect, sometimes people ask me, what did it take to go into business? At least in my aspect of trades and construction, we really don't have, at least for myself, other than tools, vehicle, and things of that nature that you need to do the job. Ladders, making sure you have all the appropriate tools and things of that nature. For the most part, I had to one, have all of my finances squared away. So before I ever quit my job per se, I had to make sure that I had enough money in the bank to cover my expenses in case I didn't do anything for 6 months, or in case, so I had to have that squared away. I also had to make sure that I could pay people. So in order to do that, I had to have money in the bank. I had to really plan out my lifestyle and be as frugal as possible to make sure that I could do that. And my motto pretty much is that when I need help, I can pay my help cash. If I have to keep payroll going, because that's money that I have to have on the spot. But in most cases, material is something that I can use credit for, whether it is on smaller jobs, just use a credit card. On larger jobs, I end up using something like a home equity line of credit. And that can be tricky because, sometimes in my line of work, we have clients that pay instantly, but then you may have clients that don't pay for 45 days. So when and in construction, that is not uncommon, especially when you have jobs going on for so long. So, and of course, you have to write your contracts in such a way to where you're able to get draws, or you're able to have contract deliverables so that you can get paid at specific times throughout the construction process. But in most cases, like a lot of times, that's the difference between doing residential work and doing commercial work. For me, is that in the residential area, most people have the money to pay me instantly when the job is done. In the commercial realm, they expect you to invoice them, and then it kind of goes up, through their process. So like I said, it could be 30 to 45 days before you get paid. So you have to be prepared for that. You have to have your ducks in a row so that you can weather that without getting yourself in trouble. So that's why sometimes, you know, it can be a little risky. You know, you have to make sure that you're keeping all of your ducks in a row when it comes to that. But like, that's just in the construction realm.
Cause man, we got to be able to make sure that people that is in business can be able to make sure that they get paid. Cause there is a subscriber. He's definitely a supporter when it comes to what I do. He is in Chicago area, and I was telling him about Yelp ads like 6 months ago to expand his business. I think he either has HVAC business or he helps. He's either in some form of electrician or in a niche of HVAC, but he literally had the aspect where people did not pay on time, where situations he had to be able to figure out how can he be able to get a more qualified client, and also parameters of making sure he got paid. So, you know, how do you feel about the secure down payment? Do you get a down payment? No.
You know, it really depends. Like I say, in most situations, when I'm dealing with, like I say, I have a friend that does automotive work. He has an automotive shop. The overwhelming majority of his clients were not expecting to use him, meaning their car broke down unexpectedly. And when that happens, that's why they have mechanics liens, because he's constantly dealing with people who don't have money because their car broke down and they weren't expecting this. And, you know, I think the statistics is that the overwhelming majority of Americans could not handle a surprise $500 bill, right? If they had a $500 bill that just sprung up on them, most Americans don't have that in savings. So he's dealing with a clientele that when their car breaks down, he fixes the car. Many times he ends up having to put a lien on that car or keep that car, right? And end up selling it because the people can't afford the work that they just had him do. I'm a little bit luckier in my aspect that 9 times out of 10, when it comes to things like remodels or someone's getting a new swimming pool or new hot tub and they want an electrical run to it, they already have that money, right? And they planned on doing this work. Now, we do come across situations to where someone has you know, an emergency situation with electrical. That does happen when storms happen and it knocks down power lines and things of that nature. But for the most part, in most cases, we're pretty much fine with that because most of the homeowners are either dealing with insurance in some cases, you know, where they do have that money. So it can, you know, there are times where you kind of wonder whether or not you're going to get paid. When I am in doubt, I will just say, hey, you have to pay me materials up front. Or I will put all the materials off on them and say, well, we can go right now and get the material and you can pay for the material. That way I'm not marking it up and they get a cheaper price. And at that point, then all I'm out is labor, which is my time. I don't want to be out anything, but that is the case. When it comes to regular construction, let's say construction goes in phases. And let's say before you do anything, let's say the carpenters are putting up drywalls, putting up studs, right? And as they're putting up studs where a wall is going to be, I run my wire, you know, through those studs, and all the walls are exposed at that point. Traditionally, there is what's called a concealment inspection, meaning that the municipality, if the job has a permit on it, you can't move forward until the inspector comes in and says, okay, now you can close up the walls. So if anybody's seen kind of a frame of a building where the walls are all kind of open, that's where they are. They're in the rough-in phase. Once the inspector says you can close up the walls, you can close up the walls. I write the majority of my contracts to say that that upon successful completion of close-in inspection or concealment inspection, 60% of the total contract price is due. So that way, at that point, I can invoice them. They can pay me at least 60% of what that total job was, and I'm at least covered for the material that I put in the wall, if that makes any sense.
Because we just got to be able to make sure that people, when they do get in their own business in the trades, that they can be able to collect without have to hound people down all the time.
Yeah, but I would say you're gonna have to be prepared for commercial. Now, like residential is a little bit different because I'm always payment done upon completion of the work. If I don't know if it's a new commercial client, then yes, I expect the money right then and there. If they're someone that I trust, their location, then I'll go ahead and invoice them and give them time, to pay. Yeah, and you kind of live and learn. I mean, if a guy takes 45 days to pay you, then you pretty much know the next time you do any work for that guy, you charge him more money, because at that point I'm your bank, and if I'm going to be your bank, I'm going to make money off of you. So the customers that I have that take longer to pay, I ultimately charge them more. I mean, that's, I have had very few that have not paid. I've had to have some issues, but we also have the ability to do liens as well. There are construction liens that can apply. No one wants to go through that process, but it is something that, you're able to do. So to protect yourself, you want to make sure that you do a contract. You have to do a contract, and it doesn't have to be something fancy. Like a lot of times when we say contract, that scares people because they're thinking that they have to have some legal knowledge and do all of that. In most cases, when I submit my estimate, and we have a paper trail through emails or through submitting the estimate, everything that's written on there is part of the contract, if you will. And them emailing me back saying, okay, I approve of this, let's get started, is in many cases akin to a signature, if you will, or having a contract. Because if I do have to take it to court, I can prove through those emails that, one, I gave them a clear price in clear conditions. I wrote the estimate in such a way that clearly spells out what I expect and when I expect to get paid. And if there are specific contract deliverables, I put that in there, meaning I expect this much at this point, this much at this point, and then the completion, at whatever point. So the more you clearly spell out and the more you keep that flow of communication going where you can document it, the better off you are when that does happen. So that's pretty much, you really have to cover yourself that way. But also be prepared. The last thing you want to be is in a situation to where if you need to use help and you have employees and you can't pay them. So I get more stressed about making sure that I have enough money to pay my employees, and I can't pay employees with a credit card, right? So I have to have that cash to pay them. I have to actually have that money when I need people. So, it can be a little bit stressful at times. I had a situation last year to where I had a lot of money out and it was coming up on Christmas time. And of course, I got all my money, everybody paid me, but it was a situation where, until those checks came in, it was like, man, everybody's getting money but me. All of my employees, they got money, they have their money, but, my bank account is really, really low until those checks actually come in. And then I can, start replacing everything. That's kind of the cost of doing business to a degree. Now, some people use the leverage of credit to kind of cover that. I personally do not. Now, I'm a single person LLC, so the way I handle things is a little bit different than, let's say, a lot of people would with an S-Class Corp or anything of that nature. Being a single person LLC, what I've learned is that I grow at the rate that I want to grow. And sometimes, it takes a really decent contract for me to really say I'm making more money with a bunch of people working for me than sometimes I can make just as much money working, doing it by myself. So like, say, for example, for the majority of 2021, I have been working on my own. I use people here and there. Which was one of those things because I really heavied up my workman's comp insurance and my umbrella coverage. So I'm kind of paying a lot of money in insurance as if I was going to have a lot of people because you have to be covered that way as well. But, it is what it is. At the end of the day, stress level and how much I make, every business is a little bit different. I would just say when it comes to the trades, especially with electrical work, you can be very, very comfortable and doing it with yourself. I remember when I had a boss back in my 20s, one of the guys who taught me the trade, and he would often look at all of us and say, you guys keep pissing me off. I'm going to put on my tool belt and do this myself because I can make just as much money on my own, as opposed to having all of you guys. And we used to always wonder about, and now I see, exactly what he meant by that.
Because at the end of the day, we just got to make sure that the contracts is well tailored, well structured, with some contingency and some type of protection, a clause at least. It don't got to be, don't get me wrong, it don't got to be extremely tight, but it has to be conducted in a certain manner where contingency, the ability to be able to have certain type of parameters on the deadlines. You have to make sure a clause. Yes.
Yes, contract deliverables is kind of the term that I like to use as far as, I deliver this, you deliver that. So that's kind of one of the terms. Back when I was a project manager, is a term that we just used a lot. But ultimately, don't assume anything. Clearly spell everything out. Everything must be clearly spelled out, including what your terms are. Meaning, on most of my invoices, I say that the invoice is due upon receipt, and that kind of covers me. But, like I use QuickBooks Pro a lot, and they'll give that option of net, 30 or net, whatever. Way back, my ex-wife and I had a jewelry business. And a lot of times with that, we would say if the payment was made within 2 weeks, we would give a 10% discount. And a lot of people took advantage of that. Now, granted, we factored that in anyway, right?
Okay, you factored that.
Right, you know what I mean? But hey, you know what I mean? It was enough for them to say, hey, if it's paid within, this period of time, then you can go ahead and deduct 10% from this amount or whatever, the magic number was. So that gave an incentive for them to pay. And that was when we were making specific items for a few specific shops, around town. To where, some of them would take their time in paying you, but we would kind of give them an incentive to pay a little bit quicker, as far as that goes.
Well, in contract negotiation, you pretty much negotiated an interest and not negotiating off of how can I say, upfront position of power, meaning that you're rigid on your negotiating, you're not flexible. You don't really provide an incentive. You're pretty much, it is what it is. Pay or leave.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't have to do the work. You know what I mean? I mean, and honestly, to be honest with you, I pay. I turn down more. I shouldn't say I turn down more work than I take, but that may not be the best way of putting it. But I get far more emails. Can you bid this job? Can you bid? Every day I could get 10 to 20 emails saying about jobs that are coming up for bid. Around Indy. I mean, it's a ridiculous the amount of work that there is in the jobs that you can that you may bid. And I'll tell you another thing that does happen as well is that between now and everybody heard about the price of lumber going up, the price of wire, PVC, things of that nature, a lot of construction materials went up as well, and electrical wire, just copper wire, doubled since December of last year. So
we talk about copper stocks all the time, but I didn't know it was the copper wire as well. But okay, it correlates.
Yeah, well, I mean, it correlates. So, and as well as PVC, for some reason, the cost of PVC went up substantially as well. So what will happen is, it's like what they use for PVC pipes and things of that nature, conduit. And what would happen is that someone would ask me to go bid a job. I bid a job. They may not get around to wanting to do that job for 3-4 months down the road. Then they come to you and says, hey, we have this quote that you gave us 3-4 months ago. And what you have to make clear is that, okay, this quote is only good for so long. Because, I tell you, I can't do it at the price that I originally told you because the market has changed. Right? So, I quote something and now the price of wire has gone up 60%. Well, there's no way for me to honor that same quote. So a lot of times you have to put a due by date on that quote, or just tell them, hey, I can't do the job, unless you want it done at this additional price. because and you can, luckily in our situation, we can very well document to customers or just let them see how much certain things have gone up. Because, everybody's in the construction field is aware that we've seen an increase in the cost of materials. So, it's just one of those things that happens to where you have to be careful about how long you hold on to that estimate, or somebody decides, 3-4 months down the road. I have a guy right now who has dragged me on for almost a year. He calls me up every 4 months or so and says, "Hey man, I still want to do that work." And I keep telling him, "All right, well, the price isn't the same." I don't think it's going to get any better, but the price is not the same because the cost of wire has gone up, Now, one thing I will say, that same guy, he wanted to do some work last year for his shop, and I purchased material that I like, an electrical panel that I'm really not going to use anywhere else because it was specific to his shop. And I still have that electrical panel sitting in my garage because, he did not do the work. Now, I had an option of billing him. I just decided not to. Because, I figured, he may do the work at some point, but things like that do happen. So that's another thing. You just kind of have to be careful about when you pull the trigger on purchasing material as well, because, you may have someone say, "Hey, I want to do this work." You purchase the material, and then, then they may back and then they back out on you. That's why when it comes to most commercial, and when you're dealing with corporate, if you will, clients, they'll typically issue you a PO, or you ask for a purchase order. So when you get an actual purchase order, so like I'm dealing with a larger company that may be a nationwide company, and they ask me to do something, they agree to my price. Typically the next thing is I want to talk to, okay, I got to get in a hold of your accounts receivable department, because oftentimes that won't be the same people who are asking for the work, because they have a different accounts receivable department. So really you need to get to know those people, because those are the people that are going to pay you, not the same people who asked you to do the work, right? The people who ask you to do the work are like, "I don't know, we just send that bill into corporate," and you got to talk to them about getting paid. So it's important to also get purchase orders, because those are legally binding, to an extent, to where when they issue you a purchase order for specific work, that is them. That's also something you can take to court if you had to say, "Hey, they sent me a purchase order saying that, this is their official, way of saying we want this work done. And when I purchased this material, it was based off of this purchase order. Now I want them to make me whole because they backed out or they did whatever." I had a situation with a fairly large electrical contractor here that wanted to sub me out to do some work, and it fell through. I had done a lot of pre-work prior to that point, and they said, "Well, how much do you have in it?" And at the time, I only had a couple of $1,000s into it, and that was primarily time and some additional insurance that I got. So they said, "Okay, well, we'll send you over a PO for that, and we'll pay that." So then that's just the way it worked, because I already had a PO for them for well over 6 figures. And, it was a situation to where, I didn't want to sour the relationship or anything of that nature. These things happen. However, I had put work into it, so they were perfectly willing to make me whole in that aspect with what I had put into it. And, maybe down the road, we'll do something again.
Yeah, man, you got to be able to make sure everything is well structured, because your contract negotiation makes sure that you can be able to get a stable payment ready, good partnerships ready. And I tell people all the time in this channel, Rex, a lot of the times people that are in the tech industry that have tech innovative stuff, they should negotiate a how can I put it? Companies that have a non-compete, people should have a non-exclusivity clause if their technology is that good, and if a company is dealing with a antitrust situation. That's how Steve Ballmer negotiated Microsoft off of his contract negotiations of having a non-exclusive exclusivity clause in the contract with IBM. That was for Microsoft back in 88, 89, when IBM was trying to be able to, that was when IBM was bigger than Microsoft. But scenarios like that, people should always have a good, strong contract negotiating type of aspect of doing business. Because if they didn't have that clause, because Bill Gates didn't know nothing about the contract negotiations, and Paul Allen, he was just the dude that built up the tech.
Yeah, I kind of look at most people that I come across. I'm a firm believer that everyone should have their own business, even if they are an employee right now, but condition themselves to get out of the employee mindset, because there is an employee mindset when you're trading dollars for hours. And that's really where I don't ever want to be. I don't like trading dollars for hours. Now, there's times when I do trade dollars for hour, like say, for example, I had to look at a job this morning, and certain aspects of it involve troubleshooting, meaning it's impossible for me to quote when it's a situation where, like, we don't know why this isn't working. So, okay, this is all troubleshooting. I can't quote this to you other than to say, I'm going to charge you X amount per hour to troubleshoot this, and you have to be fairly confident that you can fix the problem, or at least identify what the problem is. But we call those time and material jobs, meaning it's the amount of time it takes you and the amount of material that you use, and that's what the charge is. And you have to structure T&M in a way that you can't lose. Say, for example, we're anywhere from $75 to $100 an hour. I'm not going to lose, right? I'm just not going to lose because, if that's just what they're going to pay me, period. And if it's just my labor, there's no way for me to lose. Now, the other end is when you quote a job. Now, if I'm quoting a job, and I say, well, I'm going to charge you $1,800 to do this, I may finish this $1,800 job in 3 hours. Well, that's just my business that I finished it in 3 hours, right? Now, sometimes people look at you, wow, it just took you 3 hours, But hey, that's just the way it is, depending on what you're doing. Or it takes you 5 hours, or it takes you however long. Now, granted, if it takes me 3 days, well, then now I'm into that area where I could have been making money doing something else, right? So, a quoted job is a little bit more dangerous to the extent to where you can lose on a quoted job. You may not have quoted the job enough, right? But for the most part, I don't like being in a situation where I'm trading dollars for hours. I just make sure I quote the job really well, and at the end of the day, I would rather trade a job for dollars, not hours for dollars, because I can finish the job a lot quicker. Or if I finish the job, I get the money, if that makes any sense. I just don't like trading dollars for hours. But
we just have to just make sure that that in a certain industry, like the electricians, like a lot of dudes that's listening in, they tell me real deal. We need somebody with trades. And that's where you come in when it comes to that aspect of that scenario. Because they always have it where pretty much they're trying to find a transition. They're trying to figure out, can we do it a business and branch it off? Like, I ain't the smartest motherfucker, but I know how to negotiate a joint partnership when it comes to my credit repair business that I do have, and a joint partnership when it comes to my e-commerce business with an investor that I do have. But I am not a contract whiz when it comes to trades. But we got my man Lonzo.
What's going on, brother? What's going on, Real Deal? What's going on, Rex? How are y'all, gentlemen, today?
How you doing?
I'm doing excellent. Salute. Thanks, y'all, for allowing me to come up here. So we're talking about trades, and Real Deal, we being, from a lot of our backgrounds, we like to talk real shit. So something I want to say about a profession or an area that we can get into, especially as Black men, we run into things like criminal history, right? So I want to tell you a little story about when I was working on Wall Street doing business to business cash advance. which you don't need a license or anything to get into. All you need is the ability to be on the phone and make phone calls, right? So I was at 40 Exchange Place. If anybody is familiar with 40 Exchange Place, it's basically in the heart of Wall Street. So 40 Exchange Place, I applied for the job. I went for the job, and they did the hire me, sell me this pen thing to get me to get hired. So I did, and then the guy says to me, "So what time do you have to go back to your halfway house?" Now, I'm a licensed financial professional. We can't have any criminal history in our background. So I was taken aback personally. However, what he was explaining to me that everyone there was on papers. So what that meant to me is there's a huge opportunity for white collar opportunities missed out on the hood, or missed out on in the hood, because we can be teaching young brothers how to do what's called factoring, which is business to business cash advance. We could be calling all our homies who have businesses, who have companies, who might not be able to get $10,000 of working capital, tell them how to work the system and be like, "Look, homeboy, instead of frauding the PPP, do this legitimately, get it into factoring, and we'll teach you how to make sure to maintain the loan so that you don't get swallowed in it. This way I will also get my commission and be legitimate."
Yeah, because for one thing, my business e-commerce needs factoring. So I will contact you when it comes to cash advance factoring. That is something that's vital, very vital when it comes to e-commerce. So keep on finishing, Zoe. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just had to say that one time. So cash advance factoring. I typed that in the chat. Y'all need to look at that.
So I actually affiliate currently with a company. Now, most people, like I said, I do dabble in a lot of different things. Most people know me as the insurance junkie or whatever. But I also, I deal with a company. If you've ever heard of something called David Allen Capital, where you can get up to $25,000 almost same day, depending on some certain things in factoring. So these are things, like I said, with the proper support and infrastructure, we can create a company and hire felons and teach them how to do this type of stuff. And like I said, with factoring, you don't need a license. You don't need 6 months. 6 months of training will be sitting up under me, Real Deal and Rex, teaching y'all how to read a script, teaching y'all the rebuttals, teaching y'all things about tonality. If you've ever taken the training from, what's his name, Wolf of Wall Street. His name is Jordan Belfort. One of his trainings is tonality. So for example, you'll say things, and sometimes when you'll speak, there may be music playing, and you'll speak so that the person can barely hear you over the music. And there's a reason that you're speaking like that. Because now you want them to really listen up. And now that they really listen up, you can hit them with something else that's a little bit harder. And you can hit them with those hard facts. But when you speak a little bit lower, it actually makes them listen a little bit harder. And it must be something because you brought it lower. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah. You're kind of borging a little bit, but yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Oh no, I wasn't borging. I was actually bringing my tone lower.
No, actually there was some borging going on.
But now you're clear.
Yeah,
you're clear. You're clear.
Right,
we got the point. We got the point when it came to the tonality, because tonality is a situation where the calibration in your voice can be switched up to be able to bring a certain type of response off of the gentle touch. When it comes to at least a woman talking to a man, when it comes to a man talking to a woman, the tonality definitely makes sense when it comes to properly adjusting for a certain scenario where it's not rigid, aggressive, or too rugged. But tonality is definitely good when it comes to sales and negotiation. But Zoe, finish your point, and we're going to go to Rex. And for the people that's coming in, we are talking about trades. Join the panel.
Yeah, so gentlemen everywhere, factoring, like I said, it's something that, you can really get into fairly easily. As long as you personally don't have a criminal background starting the business, you can start the business and then employ other gentlemen to do it. It's fairly low cost, except for the overhead. And as Real Deal said, so, e-commerce is a beautiful business to get into in terms of factoring. It's apparently one of the lifelines of their industry. Pizza shops are things that are horrible, but also great, depending on the type of factoring you get into. Try to stay away from the ones that are going to immediately start charging you the day after, and try to stay away from the ones that are going to get you into quote unquote equipment leases, where they might give you the POS equipment and a lease. I also used to work in collections, and those leases will leave you in perpetuity, and the sales agent gets a commission off of what they sell to you, but then the collections department gets a commission off of what they collect from you, and they will hit your bank account for no reason in perpetuity. But go ahead, Rex.
Actually, I wanted to ask you a little bit more about the factoring. Like I know that there's a lot of like, for a while I was looking at doing hotshot trucking, if you're familiar with it, but I was going to buy a truck.
I'm not 100%.
Okay, basically, hotshot trucking is when guys have big dually trucks, meaning a large dually pickup truck with it pulling a trailer, like a 30-foot trailer, as opposed to, let's say, a full-blown, big rig 18-wheeler. And what
like a Ford F-250?
Bingo, or like a 350 with dually,
Okay.
you know what I mean? Well, so what those guys are able to do is handle some of the smaller loads that it would be a little bit less economical for a large truck to do, right? And that industry kind of opened up a lot. It was kind of something that I was thinking about doing, buying a truck, putting a driver on the truck. And that's when I started to get into factoring, because apparently a lot of those guys use different factoring companies because they haul all these different loads for different people. And they just don't necessarily they don't necessarily invoice every single person. You know what I mean? They'll use a factoring company so that they can get their money every week. And then the factoring company kind of deals with all of the different individual vendors that they were hauling for, if that makes any sense.
That sounds like a third-party payment collector.
Yeah, I guess, which in my
third party payment collector. That sounds like third party.
Okay, so is there a difference between that and factoring? Meaning they would use the term factoring. Maybe if you could explain a little bit more. I'm not 100% ignorant on factoring, but I don't have the level that you guys obviously do. So let me ask you this. Here's how I look at it. Because I kind of looked at it, I was like, well, crap, I would rather do that than doing the trucking, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in my mind, I thought that I would have to have the cash or the money in order to pay these guys so that I can then invoice their client. Meaning, you know what I mean? I figured that I would have to have a big bank account full of money so that I can give these guys the money while I buy their account receivable, debt or whatever you want to call it. How does it work where you don't have that money? How am I then, or how does that actually work? If that makes any sense, what I'm asking.
So I'm gonna try and answer the question,
Mm-hmm.
And it may not exactly answer what you're asking, and that's fine. You'll let me know. But so factoring, for example, in your situation with the dually truck, the factoring wouldn't be for a TPA, a third-party arrangement with another corporation to collect your debt. So you wouldn't charge Rex and then be waiting 30, 60, 90 days for your receivables. And as opposed to that, you'd be getting your receivables from me. Now, Stacey Abrams actually created a corporation like that where you go to her, you get your money, so you can continue to thrive as your business and pay your, you've got people you sub out to and you've got bills to pay, etc. And then she would go after Real Deal for your receivables over that 30, 60, 90 days plus. But what factoring is, Well, firstly, is that more of kind of what you're thinking along the lines of?
That's exactly what I was thinking that factoring was. That basically you pay a small percentage, you lose. You know, if I have a $10,000 bill, but they're not going to pay me for 45 days, I let you have $1,000 or whatever, and you give me $9,000, and you kind of take over that bill and you collect it from them in the 45 days because, you know, for that $1,000, if that makes any sense.
That makes sense. That exists, but that's not exactly factoring. So factoring would be, okay, you've got this $9,000, but you know, your overhead is $27,000. So yeah, that $9,000 is great, but you're still 18,000 in the hole. Make sense? So
Okay.
now you come to me and you say, Alonzo, I need $30,000, even though I'm 18,000 in the hole. I need, you know, 30,000, so 18,000 will be taken care of, and I'll have 12,000, 13,000 left over as operating capital to do my next bid or fix the next truck or whatever I need to do for my business to thrive and make more money from there. So then I say, okay, Rex, let me take a look at your 3 months of your last bank statements, see what you got coming in. Okay, well, looks here like you got $47.50 a month coming in. Okay, look, I can give you based on I can give you instead of 30,000. You know what? You got 47,000 coming in over the last 3 months. So I'm not going to give you the whole 30,000. I'll give you 25,000. Okay, great. Now I'm going to give you 25,000 at X amount of rate. You're going to pay me back, you know, $150 a day at, you know, for X amount of months. And then I'm going to give you the money inside of 3 days. Okay. Then once I give you that money inside of 3 days, I start taking it from you. This is why I said if you're a vendor, be careful. Like Sal's HQ was saying, you know, he added like merchant IDs. Be careful if they give you like a Tascam or any kind of a POS system or like a card scanner if you have merchandise. But in your situation, you wouldn't have merchandise. So still, I would give you the money, and then then almost immediately the day after I give you the money, you got to start paying me back on a daily basis. Is that about accurate, Real Deal?
Yeah, it is. Well, with Shopify Capital, they have it where they'll take money off the top. They do it like the mafia do. They cut off the top so that when the funds is released to my bank account, when it comes to their form of cash advance, they take monies off the top. It's the same thing when it comes to vendors and situations like that. Always have a very good understanding of what the terms is and what is your risk tolerance. What is your risk tolerance? Because it also eats into your profit margins. Always be diligent on your margins. Always be careful on your rate of return when it comes to your marketing expense. Because when it comes to my main field, when it comes to being a merchant doing e-commerce, it is always the cash advances, where if I have 5,000 in sales, but I have a net profit of 1,800, but I need that 5,000 to be able to use to invest in marketing and Google ads, Facebook ads, TikTok ads, Twitter ads. I need to be able to have a good factoring cash advance capital company. They take monies off the top when it comes to Shopify. Now, Journey Business Solutions, they have it similar to what Lonzo is pretty much saying, X amount of dollars, X amount of months, and pretty much do their business like that. But, you know, it's always about looking at the terms. So that's why with Mr. Hall and Rex and everybody that's listening in, always be diligent of what the terms is. Always be very, very wise on what your step is. Because my man Sal doing Amazon. Sal has been rocking with this channel ever since it started. And, you know, he's pretty much a man that's about his business. And Sal, you need to come up on the panel because we need to talk about New York real estate. Sal, I actually want you to come up on the panel as well. Now, Alonzo, are you on your laptop? Because it seemed like when I share my screen, man, me and Rex was trying to do a lot of plays and we couldn't do it because of board. Are you on your laptop?
Yes, I am on my laptop.
Can we use you for the laptop? Can we use your laptop to share your screen? Because we're looking at Indiana. We're looking at Indiana homes. I didn't mean to use you as the lab rat, but we got to look at Indiana homes.
Homes in Indiana.
Indianapolis, yes.
Give me 1 second. I close a couple of screens because I got a bunch of windows open because we're always working. All right, so Indiana homes.
Indianapolis homes and home prices.
Homes for sale. Let's see. How can I share? Share.
Okay.
Share screen. I'm just gonna share the whole thing. Screws it. All right. And I'm ready when you are. All right. All right. So 1 second here. All right. So we got. And then
so Rex, this is your area. Tell about the areas with construction. So we are going to use Alonzo's computer to analyze the Indianapolis markets. My bad, Alonzo. You know you my guy, right? You know you my guy.
I don't mind. I would love to be a part of this and learn something about something I don't know about, which is something you know about, Rex. So teach away, brother.
Well, in this area, we just got to figure out what are the streets that you notice that are getting construction? Because to be honest, if people just look outside and see a lot of jackhammers, a lot of that stuff, people should look at the street, write the street down, and look at it on Google Maps. Look at the street view. So we're gonna look at HomeSnap, Indianapolis. So homesnap.com, Indianapolis market. Homesnap.com. Because these give up very recent updates about the properties. So Indianapolis market.
I should have put metro area, actually. Let's do it like this. There we go. Indianapolis metro area.
Okay, Rex. Now, do you recognize any of these neighborhoods? You don't gotta dox yourself, but do you recognize any of these neighborhoods? Scroll down. Scroll.
Well, it's kind of a little bit all over there. Let's see what we're looking at. If we've got to kind of go to Indianapolis proper, let's say out in West Indianapolis, there's a lot going on. Areas out west. Let's say we got a huge Costco going in, but you're thinking more so on the residential end.
Residential, it could be commercial as well, because commercial actually enhances a lot of neighborhoods.
Yeah. There's a lot in some of these, what we call the donut counties that are around Indianapolis and other cities like Brownsburg, Indiana, which is just right outside of Indianapolis. Avon, Indiana, which is just right outside of Indianapolis. And then we've got our areas. You know what? I should kind of look on my computer as well.
So this is a nice property in Brownsburg. That's actually beautiful. I like that. And this is only $350. Well, see, I'm looking at it from a New York line state. I'm sorry.
You beat them down on the price, man. You beat them down on the price, man. I look at it as aspect of a California aspect, because I told Rex the last property we showed, that was 10,000 square feet for like 900,000. That would have been 5 million in California, easily.
Yeah, definitely. And what we're seeing a lot of here is that these properties are not staying on the market long, and there's whether there be bidding wars or whatever you want to call it, but they're not staying on the market long. They're not. Like I said, we have a lot of work here in Indiana, so companies are building facilities here, and because of that, and because we already have a lot of car manufacturers and things of that nature here, it kind of there's what you would consider a shortage of houses. So houses do not stay on the market long, and they usually get asking price, if not a little bit more. That's what we've been experiencing most of this year.
Because this is definitely a well built for what it is. I would beat them down on the price. Single families is just something to be able to look as a visual, but commercial real estate is something that everybody should look more forward to.
I don't disagree.
It's just something to gauge the market, because we did the numbers. It said 17% year over year increase in the Indianapolis market, but I think it's a little higher, because if we're having bidding wars, it's probably going to be like 20-30% month over month.
It would be like a his and hers offset.
Okay.
Yeah, things aren't staying on the market long here. There's nothing in my neighborhood that was put up for sale that was on the market longer than days or weeks. I mean, they go pretty quickly. Like I said, we were halfway tempted to sell our house because we would have recognized a 100% increase or in price. But the problem is that we would be faced with the same thing as we're trying to buy something else. So
So now that area is pretty much 265. Looking at the numbers on my phone, ranges around 265 to 400,000 in that area.
Yeah.
Doing the numbers on my phone. Doing numbers on my phone, looking at the data. So that's why we just try to gauge on where is the construction, because the metro area is anywhere. Then we got another market. Let's go to Chicago. Let's go to Metro Chicago now when it comes to home prices. I got clients that are from Chicago that are pretty much going to Chicago to Indianapolis or Chicago to Texas. That's literally their avenue. That's their move. They need pretty much a plan when it comes to what is in that market, what's the statistics, what's the number crunching. Pretty much that's what we're doing right here, just doing simple number crunching. And I try to get people qualified when it comes to their personal credit, and also get my man Mark when it comes to the commercial real estate funding. That's where situations like 1.1, is that a condo that's for 1.1, 2 and 2? Because condos, there was a cheap condo in Chicago, but it wasn't in the metro area. It was not in the metro area. It was like a 3.2 for like 180.
So a buddy of mine who's a broker out here said that there's 23 miles of waterfront property. I'm assuming that's apparently like Skid Row right now, that's been vacant, and it's going to grow over the next 10 years. Now, this was about 4 or 5 years ago. He told me this. So I'm assuming that it's been bought up by now.
Yeah, it has, because developers is trying to do the same situation in Fort Lee and Little Dominican Republic. They're trying to do that. They're trying to take that waterfront area, anything that's waterfront, lakefront, beachfront, water lake.
Water Lake Beach.
Water lake beaches, situations like that, you need to get to the cream, man. That's why personal credit and leveraging your credit profile to be strong and buff as hell, and parallel that into business credit, leverage the business credit to at least get a seller financing. Like, let's look at a couple. Let's scroll down on the listings, because seller financing can be done with 40, 50,000 based off of the range of the price of the house, and also how long it's been on the listing. Because if somebody has this their property in the listing for 60, 70 days, there's something wrong with it. You can beat them down on the price, and also have the seller financing a carryback situation. But
120,000 for a 5-bed, 3-bath. I don't know this area. East 109th Street.
copy and paste, and let's look at the crime stats.
Okay.
Yeah. When you're ready, I found some stuff in Indianapolis that may spark your interest as far as developments, that are going up.
Okay, we'll springboard back to Indianapolis after we are done looking at this property and analyzing this little street area.
So this is the street view of it.
Man, that looked like something from that TV show, The Chi.
Yeah, this is
I
nice.
swear to you. I swear to you.
Okay. So these got to be like 10,000 if this is 120. Jeez. These little row houses.
Keep going down the street.
Let's see. So, okay. Dead end.
Okay.
Okay.
So all this vegetation, no open land area.
Let's see what's over here. So this is what's over here. Looks like
ain't no water area. No water area.
no water.
Nope.
More houses. There's some nice looking houses. Looks like a school of some sort or a tenement. What else is down here? Nothing. Okay. So let's go back here. All right. Let's see. So I'm trying to. Forgive me, I'm on a Chromebook, so it doesn't do everything like normal. Let's see, schools. And then you can't move the mouse everywhere. This ain't that.
Okay, this website got troubleshoot issues. Mocha Mommy, come up on the panel. Mocha, come up on the panel. You talk good insight when it comes to the Texas markets. So we analyze a lot of the waterfront areas in the Texas markets. Mocha, come up. The panel is definitely open for you as well. But we are going to look at the street. So copy and paste the street, at least to see if there's any type of news articles, at least crime statistics. Then we're going to look at, and then I'm going to share Rex's screen.
244 East 109th Street, Chicago.
Yes. Yes. So we copy and paste that and type in crime statistics so we can analyze that. Because if the crime statistics is looking a certain type of way, we can actually beat down on the price on that as well. And plus, we got to be able to get a good entry price. So if the appraiser, like Mark, he will tell you when it comes to the appraiser, always make sure that you get a good entry price. If the appraiser is going to beat you down on a situation just because of the location and where it's at, that's another thing that people got to look at when it comes to underwriting appraisal. Okay, no problem, Mocha. No problem, Mocha. But check out 78133 Canyon Lake. Where is Canyon Lake? Is that in Texas? That's somewhere in Texas.
Yeah, Canyon Lake is Texas. That may be outside of Austin.
Well, we got to look at Austin when it comes to Elon. We got to analyze those markets because Elon is going to affect the Austin Hills.
This area. All right. Let's put these crime stats here.
Let's look at the crime stats. Let's do one thing at a time.
Let's see. River North, Chicago. Are you coming in double there?
Oh.
Not you. Rex was coming in double. I'm trying not to get it through one of the real estate apps because they're all popping up as ads. Redfin, Estately. Let's do this one. 5 things home buyers. This will tell us about 5 different neighborhoods. Wow. River North. Chicago, about Chicago River, Michigan Avenue. Urban real estate prices are relatively high in River North. The name was changed in 1874, which was property in the area was first restored in the state of North education and active nightlife. This neighborhood is the perfect location for young single professionals. However, this neighborhood is also home to many families with children. Hotspots, convenience. Here we go, safety. The crime rate in River North is slightly above average when compared to the average for all neighborhoods across the country. However, it's still lower than the average for other neighborhoods in Chicago. River North experiences 13 violent crimes and 78 property crimes each year. This amounts to 4.19 violent crimes per 1,000 residents and 25.15 property crimes per 1,000 residents. The rate of violent crimes in this neighborhood is considerably lower than the average rate for this city as a whole, which is 9 per 1,000 residents. However, it is higher than the national average, which is only 3 per 8 per 1,000 residents. River North property crime rate is also lower than the average for the entire city of Chicago, which is 35.71 per 1,000 residents. It is slightly lower than the national average property crime rate, which is 27.3 per 1,000 residents. Well, it's got a fairly decent neighborhood. The crime isn't terrible. It's slightly higher than average, but it seems like pretty much if you stay out of the way, don't get involved in too much, you'll be pretty much okay. Nothing's guaranteed, and I'm not saying you're gonna be out there like Neo dodging bullets either.
Yeah, man, because we just got to make sure that the area is not too bad where construction can't do its job. Because construction got to get up in there. We can't have it where construction people got to have guns too. With the realtor, have to have a gun and a lockbox.
But the beauty of it is it says that many young professionals live there, as well as families with children. So whenever you get a population, an area that's densely population with young professionals, there's generally going to be convenient stuff near there, right? Because they're going to want to go out and mingle and find that wife or husband to go have children with and settle down and maybe move from, like we saw the small row house to the large 5-bedroom house. Maybe they stay in the same area, but now they buy a larger home where they can settle and have kids in. Bear with me 1 second. I need to check on something. I'll be right back.
Rex.
Yeah, I've got I'm in 2 spots. So I have I'm using if you see backstage, I don't know if I'm into the show with my other account, but that's the only way I could share my screen is I've got another account. And I don't know if you can see it backstage or not, but there's a backstage.
Yeah, I see another one, but it says your device is not connected.
There should be another. There should be 2 of them. If you don't see the other one.
Hold on. Oh, okay. God damn, I got a lot of shit on here.
Because all that one is.
Okay, I see it. I see
it. There we go. Cool.
Bingo.
All right, so that's just to kind of give you a rough idea. I'm using Zillow here, but this is a development that has just recently gone up So I'm kind of scrolling down so you can kind of see the homes that are in it and the prices of the homes that are in it. But this is all one development.
Damn.
Matter of fact, you can see that some of these houses are still
Damn.
under construction.
Yo, share it again.
Did you lose it?
Share it again.
Okay.
StreamYard pretty much kicked it off.
Okay, crap. All
Damn.
right, let me try it again.
I need to get OBS. I need to stop playing around. I need to get OBS because I don't know. This situation with StreamYard be cutting shit off in mid conversation. But hold on, we going to get that screen active. But Mocha Mommy talks about Elon has taken over Boca Chico out near the valley. So we're talking Mocha Mommy, we talking Texas or we talking Arizona? Because when we talk about the valley, I think about Paradise Valley. Okay.
Okay, you got me back. Okay, cool. All right, so there you can kind of see, if you can see these houses that are here. These are the houses that are in this particular development, which is called Grandview Park. And I don't know if we lost you or not, if I'm up here by myself, but if you can see this on screen, you can see that we've got quite a few houses that are still under construction.
Yeah, I'm here with you.
Okay, cool. And you kind of see the price range. They range anywhere from 300,000 up to 3.5 or to 361. And you can kind of see what the different floor plans that are available. But this gives you a rough idea of an area that is still under construction. It is considered Indianapolis. Indianapolis has a very large footprint. However, it's close enough to where you could commute downtown very easily from this location. But it just gives you a rough idea. And honestly, this price is, I don't know that we had prices like this in Indianapolis for this development, let's say 2-3 years ago. These prices have shot up big time. And still people who are from New York or California or, anywhere on the East Coast may find that these prices are really cheap comparatively for what they're used to seeing for a similar size home. Because if you look at these homes, most of these are saying 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. They're not very large homes, 1,800 square feet, 1,900 square feet, 1,500 square feet. They're not very large homes. But by the same token, that's pretty much what is going on here. Also, basements is something that there's not I don't know. We don't put in a lot of basements in Indiana. Not to say that we don't, but it's not uncommon to see homes without a basement in Indiana. So that kind of gives you a rough idea, at least in that area. And when it comes to where it's located primarily, if I can kind of zoom out here on the map to kind of see where we are from downtown Indianapolis. This neighborhood is inside of what we call our Beltway. So 465 is our Beltway. Just about every major city has a Beltway. And this is definitely located inside the Beltway, just not in what we would consider downtown Indianapolis, which is this area. But there's a heck of a lot of work going on all around this area when it comes to employment as far as that goes. So there's quite a bit of construction that is still going on. Let's say if I went to something like out here, the Prairie, I'm going to go east side a little bit. There's you can see that there's 11 homes that are in this Brookwood Trace by Arbor Homes. So, it's an entire development here where they have, looks like 8 homes for, is it more than that? Yeah. Homes for sale. And in this case, all you can do is a 3D tour because these things, it looks like, are still going up. Okay, that's showing me the plan. So maybe some of those aren't completed yet, if it's showing me the floor plans as opposed to the actual houses. but they probably have the lots and they're in the process of putting them in. So that's pretty much active construction right here. I'll come out a little bit west to West Glen Village. And well, no, that's 10 homes in there. This looks almost like a trailer park. Yeah, and it is. It's a trailer park. So there's all ranges here. And it almost looks like, wow, and that's something, because I didn't think they could actually do in this county that they could do that. But it looks like some of those may be existing areas. I know that they can't build anything new out there. So as far as trailer is concerned, so I'll get a little bit closer to downtown Bolton Square at Central State. 8 homes. This is a little bit closer to downtown. Okay, so this gives you an idea. Most of this stuff is really brand new here, because we're looking at the more modern. They're putting in a lot of this modern looking condo style house downtown. We'll see a lot of this with the angled architecture is going in quite a bit.
That's actually like the business model that I actually would like to do in areas that are pretty much dilapidated, and pretty much revitalize and take over a neighborhood area, have these type of models with grass, greenage areas, and also to make sure that I have at least a security guard, off-duty sheriff's deputy, preferably if somebody that's black that's in the area that's off-duty sheriff's deputy, we could be able to somewhat keep it in-house. You know,
I believe
like that.
That's pretty much what has happened. The model that you're discussing is pretty much what went on in this area. As far as, pretty much rehabilitating the area, if you will. I won't use the term gentrify, but yeah.
Because, man, like, I help a lot of people in the music entertainment industry when it comes to my consultations, and I preach them and they preach to their people as well. Security is a must. Your location, neighborhood, security is a must. Your personal security and the neighborhood security added on top of that.
And these are pretty much brand new. Some of these, this one says it's not available until 2020 November of this year. This one is showing is pending. That may be completed, but that's pretty much what we're looking at. And if I kind of pan out to give you a rough idea of where this is located.
Let's look at Detroit homes after you're done, okay?
Okay. So matter of fact, yeah, that's all I really wanted to show. We can kind of go on, but as I pan out, you can kind of see how close it is to downtown Indianapolis. And if you see the density of these other homes you see around the area, most of these are older homes. So this area right here was just more or less developed. They got rid of a lot of dilapidated, homes and started with some of the newer developments. All right, I'll back out now, so you can go to another screen if you want.
Well, we're gonna go to your screen. Well,
okay,
Lonzo, you got any other plays? You got any other properties, assets, businesses that you was looking at?
Outside of New York, no. So
we're gonna look at Detroit, then we're gonna look at New York, because New York properties is actually something where the commercial properties, you can beat down a $25 million property to 17, 18 range and get a carryback to the seller of 5-6 million, and ability to use seller financing. But let's look at Detroit.
All right,
Detroit.
Give me 1 second, and I'll share my.
Wait a minute, Lonzo. You look at New York.
Okay.
While he looks at Detroit. While I'll look at Houston.
Okay, I'm not as familiar with Detroit, so what I'll do is I'll just kind of, where I see a bundle of homes, like this says 6 new homes, I'll just assume that hopefully I'm looking at some development.
Well, let's look at HomeSnap. Well, let's look at HomeSnap when it comes to Detroit, because HomeSnap is more current than Zillow. Zillow, to be honest, Zillow is like a Ponzi scheme, because they charge their realtors funds to try to get promotion and advertisements of impressions. But, it could have 1 million impressions, but no buys. when it comes to properties on Zillow. Zillow also upcharges 30% above the actual prices that's actually in the area. That's why people should always study their comps. People should research the comps. People should get familiar with a realtor, get MLS, and also use PropStream. But HomeSnap is more current. So it'll give you the stats right there. So you can pretty much get the data. You can get the understanding of it. And that's the prices. And those houses was literally like $12,000. Angela Yee and the Breakfast Club and DJ Envy, those dudes, they actually went and got like 25 properties of $3,000 and sold it for $50,000 each.
Damn. I found a listing. It's a commercial property, and the price is half when I first got the listing. So in 2017, I got a listing, and I'm going to share it with you here. Real deal?
All right.
And, oh, wait. Keep looking up Detroit. I'm sorry. I'll explain what I was saying later.
Yeah, man, just save that thought. Just write down your thought because we're doing real estate analysis right here. So we're just looking at the properties now. Something like 175. Somebody that had $20,000, they can get access to this property. Get the Airbnb situation where you're charging around $65 a night on Airbnb. And Airbnb is just a situation to be able to do an upcharge because Airbnb property listings have more upcharge than just doing a Zillow of having a flat rate of $1,400, $1,300 a month with $65 a day. That would 30 days consistently. That would be $2,000 a month. And you see them cheap as $5,000, $9,000. Is that plots of land? Or that's an actual house.
Some of them are plots of land like this. I would assume it's just a plot of land. That may be a plot of land, or at least a lot per se. And then some of these look like they're actually a house. That looks like it's an actual $5,000 house.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And look at it. Well, there you go. There you go. If you can see the pictures there.
Gee.
that's what you get for $5,000. However, if you're looking to rehab it,
destroy this. I'm gonna rehab it, destroy this, and put an apartment building. Yeah, we gonna get that $750 a month times 16
paying for the lot. Yeah.
So that means $750 times 16. That would be $12,000 a month. Times that by 12. That means a net operating income $140,000. Just knocking down these properties that are $5,000 like this, you would knock the entire thing down.
No.
You would knock the entire thing down when it comes to that. But scroll down. What was this built? When was this made?
Yeah, for whatever reason, it's not letting me. Okay, there we go. This was built in 1926. 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,426 square feet. On about a little over 1/10 of an acre.
Jeez, we we're about to hit 100 years. This is about to be 100 years old.
Yeah.
So, what's the schools? Does it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I got off of it. I was just kind of curious, as far as what some of these, if there were some of these dilapidated properties were like. Bungalow subdivision, Gateway Gardens, residential schools. So I'm not familiar with this area at all or any of it, so I wouldn't know. But
the rating
is what they list. Okay, so is that rating as like they consider it a 7 out of 10 as far as how good of a school it is, or is that?
Yeah, that's the rating of the school.
Gotcha.
It seemed like that. It seemed like that's the overall rating of the school. Because I just look at the schools because people care about that certain thing when it comes to moving to new neighborhoods, new population, new people pretty much looking around and trying to figure out what it is. But it comes to properties like this, hell no. Hell no. And that's why I say knock the property down and get some, if you can, the zoning. That's where zoning lawyers come in to be able to knock that thing down. But the $5,000-$10,000 plots of land, how much land is that? Can you build an apartment? Can you
Well,
build an apartment on
I
that? 'Cause
think
that's a
that
lot
may
of
be
upside if I can.
that may be a zoning issue, whether or not they allow for a single family or multifamily dwelling. Depends on what the zoning is. There it is. Let's see. What is this? Is this commercial? That's all the showing there for that one. But okay, 2,500 square foot building zoned to B4. So that would be a commercial property. Wow, office, retail, service, warehouse.
Now let's look at New York after this next property. Then that's what I'm gonna share. Lonzo's situation.
Okay, if
Let's-
is he ready to go?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go for it, or you can switch him
All right.
over.
I'll switch them over right now because we gotta look at multiple markets that you know, markets that you don't know. We gotta open people's minds about the upside of the location and be able to study up on scenarios of development, man. We gotta put our thinking caps when it comes to this, man. So we got this one.
Are you seeing this?
Yeah, we
Okay,
yeah,
so
we see it, man.
this was my first listing. This is a commercial property. This is near the Barclays Center. This is 899 to 907 Fulton Street. Okay, so this is prime commercial real estate, and it's set up for a few different ways. Now, the asking price for this at this time when I got the listing in 2017, and this is the full setup for it. So this tells you, the block size, the lot size, FAR, et cetera, the current use. It shows a scenario 1, which is as is, and then it shows scenario 2, which is if you develop it and add residential to the top. It shows the rent roll, and it shows the value at a 4.5% cap, the asking price of $14.6 million. Now, again, this is large commercial real estate. Now, if we look here today, okay, I obviously didn't know anybody with $15 million in 2017. Marcus Millichap, aka Goldman Sachs, and if you'll notice, most all insurance and financial companies get involved with real estate. Prudential, aka Douglas Elliman, Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Marcus Millichap. So just think about that. But they currently have the listing at 7.3 million, but at a 5.21%, at a 5.29% opportunity. So this again is investment real estate, and this was my first listing, and this is what made me get my real estate license back in 2017.
So that took a huge dip.
Yeah.
From 14 on the asking price to just half. That's why you beat down on the price. That's why I said you need that Schedule E. You need to get up in their grill. Because Schedule E, you cannot lie about that. You got to report all your expenses, all your incomes.
Are you seeing that a lot
fudge
as
the
far as
numbers.
commercial properties go? Are you seeing a lot? Because it was kind of prophesized, if you will, that with a lot of places with COVID and all of that.
Yeah, COVID kind of knocked everything out.
Got you.
Yeah,
I would assume a lot of places realized they just didn't need, once they sent their employees home and had them working from home, a lot of them figured they were just going to save money and not have them come back.
Yeah, a lot of commercial leases got terminated or renegotiated and downsized. And like you said, a lot of people ended up working from home. So the commercial industry itself took a big hit, especially in places like New York, where it was already taking a big hit because for commercial real estate, like I used to work for Google at a company called Web.com, and they had an office on 34th Street. And that's great, but then they decided, well, let's just move down to Austin, Texas, because the taxes and everything's a whole lot cheaper. And when we pay our sales force, if we pay our sales force $30,000. Well, $30,000 with no state tax goes a hell of a lot further in Austin, Texas, than in the middle of Manhattan, especially when you work in Midtown Manhattan, and it's $4.75 for a cup of coffee at the bodega.
Well, Jesus. Well, geez, man, we got it's that. That's why I said, man, Clinton Hills actually a area that I was talking about on the channel. This pretty much showed and kind of reinforced my bias. I need to be able to get to those properties at a cheaper price, work a seller finance, have the owner carry back, because he's struggling, he'll carry back. As soon as I can be able to show him the terms, how he can be able to get some money up front, I'd be able to get the carry back, I get access to the properties, I do development, I knock shit down. I need to increase the net operating income. Can you highlight that net operating income for me, sir? Yeah, we need to get that bad boy higher. Now, the water and the sewer is $5,700 paid by tenants. The electric is $900. The insurance is $6,500. Heat, hot water, $1,600. Okay, so the estimated expenses is $43,000. Net operating income is $337,000. So we have to either expand it by either more doors, more amenities. That's why I say I would. That's why when it comes to me and Mark, if it was a situation like this in Clinton Hills on an apartment building, I want to be able to knock it down so I can get the construction loan, so I can expand it where I can get 60, 70 doors, and I can charge that $975, $1,200. But how much is rent in New York, man? How much is rent in New York? Just to ask you that slight question.
It varies, to be honest. I haven't been operating in New York for a while now. I currently physically live in Connecticut. Most of my deals now that I'm doing are off market with private investors, so I'm charging a flat fee. So I really don't know about rents anymore because I'm just doing cash deals.
Hey, man, Lonzo, we need to talk privately when it comes to that.
Yeah, we can talk.
We need to talk.
Those I charge a flat fee of $20K to start. Obviously, we negotiate depending on size of deals, et cetera. But generally, I start at a flat fee of $20K, and then I go up generally a point every $10K over $1 million.
All right, for sure. Actually, we could be able to definitely talk when it comes to when I am ready on that scale, because I'm going to use the $20K for my marketing on my e-commerce business. But let's more or less talk about this deal. So that's $800,000, $797.
Yeah. So this is scenario one, which is at the time keeping the property as is. Now, at this time, you did have an income because rents were being paid, and a lot of these expenses, as you can see, were being paid by the tenants at the time. Now, this is fast forward. We're talking 5 years in the future. It's 2021. When I got this listing, it was 2017. Things were a lot different. The real estate market in Brooklyn specifically was booming. Remember, we were just beginning the Barclays Center. Things now have changed. Kevin Durant has probably purchased his condo, et cetera, in that area. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So this was scenario one. Now, scenario two with the nearly $800,000 net operating income, okay, is if you do some development here, okay? So as we check here, you're increasing the height of the ability of the property. Obviously, over 4 door or anything over 4 doors, you have to take low income, and the more property you have, more low income. Sorry.
Damn.
Well, there's not a problem with low income. I actually prefer that. That's one of the things I used to teach to my buyers, was to purchase, when they were purchasing FHA, purchase a multifamily with a basement, thug it out in the basement for 3 to 5 years, or 2 to 3 years. And in that time, you have Section 8 people rent out the top 2. And New York has more than just Section 8. They have city FEPs. They have a bunch of voucher programs. So with those, you accept those. Those are guaranteed payments from the state that you're going to receive. But anyway, so you'll see these. And these were rent rules estimating that, the tenants would keep their leases, and the leases wouldn't expire. So,
So it's,
everything.
if I can, it kind of sounds like you're saying that by taking the low income Section 8, you're guaranteed, one, that you're going to get
you're
your rent
guaranteed.
payment because it's the government, and two, typically most Section 8 has a waiting list. So even if that person moves out, there's somebody else that they're ready to jam in there immediately afterwards anyway.
Have y'all heard? Have y'all heard the basketball player Jamal Mashburn?
Yes.
He pretty much does the same thing that you mentioned, Lonzo. Baseball player that used to play for the Boston Red Sox before David Ortiz came there. He looked like David Ortiz's brother, but Mo Vaughn, he owns a lot of. Actually, he owns 150 low income housing type apartment buildings. So it's definitely something that's guaranteed. Yeah, a lot of people in it, and Shaquille O'Neal, he has a lot of low income housing properties that guaranteed up to a lot of months.
But like I said, if you're just starting out, because these are huge numbers, right? Now remember, this is New York, and again, that's why I call myself the all-star advisor. I've dealt with, not that I don't deal with the average, but as you can see, from the beginning of my career, I've dealt with some, complex situations. So with that being said, it's important that I work with people, like you guys, and you guys make sure that, when I explain these things, I also explain them to, the average person, or like you said, just with your 20,000, that might be my entrance fee, but that shouldn't make you think that you're disqualified from working with me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not even that wasn't even I didn't gasp on that. I'm just pretty much just finding out how much is it to be able to make sure I can do more partnerships when it comes to that, because I need your partnership, and I also need to connect my Mark's partnership when it comes to the lending, because I can be able to get the lending on a situation like that off of the seller financing plays. Creative financing and master leases, that's pretty much something that I will get into it, because a lot of Arabic people in New York and New Jersey, and also I found out doing the research in Newark, New Jersey, a lot of the property owners is not really owning the properties. They're just doing master leases. A 90-year ground lease on 125th Newark Ave, Newark, New Jersey, 125th Avenue.
125th Avenue, New Jersey?
Yeah, 125th Avenue, Newark Avenue.
Oh.
Well, 125th Newark Avenue, Newark, New Jersey. It's supposed to be some type of commercial building that I remembered. That's under a master lease. Oh no, it's in Bloomfield. It's supposed to be in Newark, New Jersey.
Julia stuff. They've got Brandley Beach.
No. I think it's 125th Avon Ave. I think that's where I mixed the thing up. 125th Avon. Somewhere in that area.
Hold on, let me see.
Because downtown Newark, New Jersey is getting a lot of development because of opportunity zones. A lot of them opportunity zones is in that area, in that downtown area, and also 125th.
Newark Street?
Newark Street, there you go.
Okay.
There you go. Newark Street.
Let's do Street View really quick. Let's see what we're looking at here.
Because we got to look at the overhead.
Definitely commercial.
Yes, sir. I'm telling you, we got to look. We got to look more of the left. Your left.
Give me 1 second. This is All right. You want to go around the corner
So,
here?
yeah, let's go around the corner because it was supposed to be a listing that was supposed to pop up. I guess it's probably already sold. It's probably already sold because last time I looked at that, Trump was still in office. So it was a situation, the opportunity zone meetings that I saw and pretty much was paying attention. And it was showing that how there is like about 15 opportunity zones in downtown Newark, New Jersey. So if matter of fact, let's look at the opportunity zones in Newark, New Jersey. Let's just look at opportunity zones downtown Newark, New Jersey. Cut the short.
Mm-hmm.
Cut it short and just look at those zones that they have listed. They got the zones listed in a map. So they have it on a map. Opportunity zones map.
Yeah, let's put map.
Okay, bingo. You got the fund. Then it got.
Yeah. List of Newark, New Jersey opportunity zones and OZ funds.
Yeah, like I told you, 15. They got 15 in that area.
Okay, and the median household from 15 to 55K. Wow, that's low.
That is dangerously low.
Well, what just happened? Why did it just... Okay.
I guess it has to be low for it to be considered an opportunity zone, though.
Well, they got nice luxury areas with opportunities.
If it was high, there wouldn't be any opportunities.
Well, there is certain loopholes. There is certain loopholes where they do have nice commercial areas that is considered a opportunity zone. That's why it is area specific. That's why we're gonna look at the Indianapolis after this, but we got to look at these as well.
Yeah, well, look, I'm gonna have to run. Thanks for having me, but I've got to
run. I got shortly myself, but
all right, no problem, man.
But yeah, it's been quite enjoyable and actually informative for me. But I will try to stay tuned and keep listening here. But I've just got to go and check some emails real quick. So I've had quite a few of them come in and a few texts come in that I'm going to have to respond to. So
Rex, you're open. You're always open, man. Can I be able to hit you up later on?
Yeah, not a problem.
All right.
Rex, make sure you follow my channel. It's literally my name, Alonzo Hall, the All-Star Advisor.
Okay, I will most certainly. I will go sub right now. All right, you guys have a good one.
All right, all right, man. But those opportunity zones, the income levels of 20K.
We want to check there. Hold on, where we at? 20K.
20K.
Essex County. So let's check this out.
Damn.
Census Tract 41, Newark, New Jersey, is a low-income community opportunity zone located in Newark, New Jersey. This is a 0.1 square mile census tract. It has a population of approximately 3,300, and the zone is one of 23 opportunity zones in Essex County, New Jersey. The adjacent map shows the location of this opportunity zone in New Jersey. So do we want to do the demographics or the funds?
We pretty much already know the demographics, so let's look at the funds.
All right.
We can like Google search any of the names, but who got the biggest funds in this? 250 million, 250 million, 100 million.
Let's see. We got Strategic. Okay, so Strategic Rivermont is commercial, energy, hotel, mixed use, residential, stadiums, and arenas, and student housing. But look at the big one there. Affordable housing, mixed use residential.
Okay.
That's 250 million. And then the Normandy Opportunity Fund is commercial, industrial, mixed use, office, residential. So let's look up the Normandy Opportunity Fund. Normandy. All right, cool. Again, thank you, Real Deal, for letting me come up here and do this with you.
No problem, man. No problem, man. We got to do the research, man. We got to analyze these markets. We got to know what's going on. We cannot be oblivious to certain things. Mm-hmm. This is something that the media won't tell you.
Oh, also, I've got a treat coming up for you guys. For those who do follow me currently and those who follow me, either now or in the future. If you guys have seen my All-Star lineup, you know about my Series 7 holder, Mrs. Talani Granger. So we're starting a podcast, and I have a preview of that coming out this week.
Okay. For sure. Make sure y'all tune in to Alonzo the All-Star Advisor. That's why you got to be able to make sure that you tune in. But it says here, the fund borrows $20 million. That was last year.
Yeah, I was looking at that like, wow, that's amazing.
That fund, that raising money, capital type of stuff is done literally quickly.
This is very important. Now, again, I do hold my real estate license, and you see here they're talking about 1031 exchanges. So are you familiar with what a 1031 exchange is?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
So for those who may not be familiar with what a 1031 exchange is, it's simply the exchange of the proceeds from one real estate transaction into the purchase of another real estate transaction is the long and short of it. And so these are really awesome in terms of, avoiding tax implications. But that's odd that when I click here to the Normandy Real Estate Fund, it brings us to an advertisement about, my phone is just, about 1031 crowdfunding. That's strange. Let's try that again. So we're going to click this that says Normandy Opportunity borrows $20 million in real estate and see what happens, because last time it brought us to a 1031 exchange crowdfund, which was not what we clicked. So sometimes you have to be careful even when you're researching stuff, because it will bring you to something else. So Normandy Opportunity Fund borrows $20 million. And it's an article by, I don't see who's the article by here. By Real Estate Weekly, excuse me. It says JLL Capital Markets arranged $20.5 million in financing for the acquisition of the Ashton, a newly completed 93-unit Class A apartment project in Jersey City, New Jersey. I like hanging out in Jersey City. I actually was, before moving to Connecticut, considered moving to Jersey City. But taxes.
Taxes is extremely high there, too.
Yeah. But taxes are high in Connecticut, too, I'm realizing, and it's disappointing. Philadelphia is looking like, well, not Philadelphia specifically, but Pennsylvania is looking promising because of the lack of state tax.
Well, that's because of Chester Avenue is giving a lot of tax abatements. They have it where if you develop something in Chester, PA, the city will give you tax credits.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
Can you?
They done that. They done that since Trump was in office. That was literally 2018, part of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act with the Opportunity Zone. So yes, they will have tax credits for people that develop low. They also have the low income housing, and also people that supply jobs, service businesses. They will be able to have a negotiating power to negotiate a tax abatement. That's why you get a good lawyer when it comes to negotiating a tax abatement and seeing what you can get off of the job supply and spurring economic activity.
Nice.
Because So, but let's look at this, man. Let's finish this real quick, man. Let's finish this.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We got JLL Capital Markets is very big.
Yeah, definitely. So JLL worked to secure the 2-year floating rate loan through Rialto Capital Management on behalf of the borrower, Normandy Opportunity Zone Fund LP, a closed-end, fully discretionary investment fund managed by Columbia Property Trust. The Ashton is located at 2 Ash Street in Jersey City's Bergen Lafayette neighborhood, a qualified opportunity zone. The property consists of a 6-story residential building with 93 apartments, 62 covered parking spaces, and an 8,000 square foot second-story deck. The JLL Capital Markets team representing the borrower included Senior Managing Director John McCullough, Associate Andrew Zallinger, and Analyst Zachary Chalkin. So, wow, that's very interesting. That's
because that fund gets 20 million, and within 10 years of just holding that fund, and when it comes to opportunity zones, you're going to need a lawyer when it comes to this too. This is definitely going to be something that you need a lawyer on deck when it comes to your strategy of holding the fund, reinvesting the profits, and also, to be honest, people should focus on using the reinvestments for job supply as well, due to the fact that if you are going to play market maker where you own the assets and have the ability to supply jobs and business grants or certain type of initiatives, pretty much, like I said, spur economic activity, apprenticeships through high schools and community centers of your businesses that's directly tied to your business, creating a credit union, some form of that. You can actually cook. You're cooking with fire.
Not to cut you off, but that's ironic. A few years ago, a guy who used to be, he was a client of mine, who was also a CPA, was mentioning to me, he said, you're in insurance, I'm, an accountant. Besides going to the bank, have you ever considered of maybe us combining and creating a credit union? And at the time, I scoffed it off because I was like, credit union, I ain't got no money to start a credit union or a bank. But fast forward, I see that it's not as expensive as I thought it was. And I wish that at the time, I didn't think that it cost so much, because it was a great idea and I had a great guy to do it with.
That's why I said, man, the credit union situation can be leveraged. It can be a very good opportunity when it comes to scenarios of leveraging capital. And we got my man Rashid. Rashid need to come up on the panel, man.
Yeah,
it's also good for capital allocation, because when it comes to a credit union, if you had $100 million type of, how can I say, $100 million of this cash laying around, Rashid, turn on your camera. Turn on your camera, Rashid. Like I said, okay, for sure. My man is right there. So let's get him in. But like I said, if you had $100 million, if you had a credit union, even like you said, when it came to annuity plans, how much can a person get? Say if somebody put in $100 million, like an athlete, like say if a LeBron James type client that's balling out of control, how much can they get every month on an annuity plan? Can they get $2 million a month every month for the rest of their life?
Somebody like LeBron James balling out of control easily.
So can that annuity plan be able to, or somebody like, because you got these new athletes that's getting a lot of contracts. Giancarlo Stanton, he plays for the New York Yankees. He makes $500 to $700 million for 25 years. So the Yankees are going to be mortgaged for him until 2046.
Jeez, yeah, but they're going to make how many billions of dollars off of him?
Well, he hits a lot of home runs, because when he was in Miami, I think he was either close to, well, he hit 62 home runs, so he wasn't nowhere close to Mark McGwire or Barry Bonds. I think the record is 73. So he would have to hit 74, but still, the incentives is insane. New York Yankees pretty much have a situation where they got an athlete like that. Now, say if you have a client like that says, okay, Lonzo, I got $100 million liquid. I got stake in other companies, or Pat Mahomes as well. Patrick Mahomes, he's another guy that would be a client that would say, can I get $2 million every year? Well, $2 million every month coming in from a big annuity plan with 100 million, 115 million liquid cash, and use the $2 million a month to invest in real estate properties, as we see right here, all these listings that we pretty much come across. Could that be able to be done, $2 million a month?
Easily. So if they have liquid, $100 million, someone, Patrick Mahomes, a new rookie just signed his big deal. Definitely they come, they say, hey, look, Al, I got this $100 million. I've already got other assets elsewhere. That would be the first question. With this $100 million you have liquid, I don't want you to put it all in one basket. I'd make a great commission. That'd be great. But then that would leave you completely open to vulnerability. So one of the things that you said that was excellent was you're thinking in multiple ways already, which financial advisors love, right? You're making my job easier because you already said, look, I want to be able to use this in retirement to make more income off of real estate. So you're not thinking of just sitting off of this income. Now, here's the cool thing. So you put this $100 million away today, it's going to grow, right? Now, let's say you just put it away one time and you never touch it. Now, Patrick Mahomes is what, 25?
24.
24. Okay, so you can't touch this money until you're at least 59 and a half anyway. So he's got 35 years for it to grow at a minimum of 1%, but depending on the state he's in, I can allocate it to grow at a average rate of 3.3%.
Well, he in Missouri. Missouri is pretty much pro-business. It's not like how Giancarlo needs to incorporate in Delaware, because Giancarlo and Mike, Aaron Judge, he literally has a big ass contract as well. So Delaware has to be a situation where you're gonna have to tell them about tax strategy, plus the annuity plans, plus any type of self-directed IRAs or scenarios of pre-tax, after tax. You're gonna have to sit down with a client like that, because I actually have friends that are they're not big athletes, but they are literally people that are literally just a third stringer in the league, and they're looking for a good capital allocation strategy because they see that they got bigger incomes than the average American.
Well, here's what's funny about my industry, both real estate and financial services. We actually recruit athletes because athletes understand, listen, sometimes I'm going to go for the game-winning shot and I'm going to brick, and people are going to be like, you suck. And I still have to go out tomorrow night and play and not suck or let that harp on me. You see what I'm saying? So, for example, I just showed you a $15 million property. This is my first property. I'm talking about financial services, and all this money. The reason that this 14.6, even at a 1%, my commission would have been $250,000. Now, we saw that it's cut in half. What's the property now? $7 million we just saw, right?
Yep.
So I took a loss. But this here is a property. These are articles of organization that we did here in the Bronx, a friend of mine and I. So we actually have a corporation called Reaching Realty LLC. And our goal is actually to purchase a property, a commercial property, and hopefully be able to give it to low-income men. Because we've noticed that often men are lost in the shelter system. I actually personally know people who got trapped as men in the shelter system, and it's very different for men than it is for women and children. Even things like you can't have canned food in the shelter system as a man. So you can't even bring like a pack of ramen noodles in. You can even do you can't because you can't even have a hot plate as a male in the shelter. They heat your own food, so you have to go to the bodega and pretty much eat unhealthy and buy deli sandwiches every day. You know what I mean?
But that's a very noble thing, man. We definitely need more initiatives like that. We got Rashid, man. Rashid, you here?
My fault. Let me stop the screen. Hold on. Well, I guess I could keep it up. Hold on.
Rashid.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Luke.
We hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you know what Alonzo was talking about, man. That was one of the biggest things. With one of my one of my insurance I got. There was a guy who was playing professional football, and he ended up getting just a check from doing endorsements, and it was coming every month, and they just set it on instead of giving them, like movie deals, they cut you a check, so many views or whatever like that, and they just gave him a one flat rate. So he literally was getting about, I think it was 35 to some thousand, 35, was it 3,500 or something like that a month. And he was like, I don't know, I'm good, I don't need it. So he ended up talking to my guy, he ended up putting him into a situation to where he just invested into, an index fund, let it roll over, Same thing, similar to what I think if I'm not mistaken, what AI has. The same thing what you were just talking about, Lonzo. That's the same thing that AI has. So when he lives out that, he's paid. Like literally, a lot of people, they want this right now money. Like my wife, she constantly gets on me about my life insurance, about paying so much. But like I tell her, I say, this is for the future. And we have this talk about the men and women in the space, but when it comes down to it,
anyway.
Yeah, it's all about planning for the future. And, it's not even just a woman or a man thing. It's a mindset. If you never came from money, or don't desire to learn more about money and be in a financial state of mind, you always be stuck in that same mentality. But for the people who want to go outside the box, they go seek the knowledge, and that's the thing. A lot of people don't know because they don't seek the knowledge.
Chica, speak to that real quick.
Go ahead.
Something beautiful that you said. Y'all hear what this man said though, right? He came in and he led the way. He led the way with his insurance plans. And then his wife is like, well, why are you paying so much money for this, that, and the third? And he's saying, listen, this is for our future. Now, often a lot of us, we don't get explained that these plans, these life insurance plans, aren't just for me to die, right? They're for me to live. So he's not only setting up for when he dies, but he's setting up for when he and his wife are older and his kids are older and out of the house. And you know what? We don't need this money for when we die. I'm alive and there's a couple $100,000 here. You know what? Let's go on that trip that we wanted to go on to Hawaii, but let's fly first class and let's buy the all-inclusive. We'll order drinks. So what? We 60 years old. Guess what? My mother-in-law right now is 65 and she sure enough can enjoy some drinks. Let me tell you. So, we got to look at things for the future too, that's an amazing thing. So gentlemen, make sure that you one thing that y'all do, families, people, that y'all have these conversations. And when y'all sit down with a financial professional like myself, like Real Deal, right? That you don't just sit down with me. You sit down with me and your family and me. So, right, I sat down with Sheed and Sheed already said, all right, I'm not done. I want to make sure that you sit down with me and my wife next. And I want to talk to you about this person and that person. So that's why I said, Sheed, I got to holler at you. Because Sheed isn't done. He's like, okay, I got that. But Sheed realizes now that my job isn't done. Because I explained to him, oh, we're not done. We have a continuous relationship. It's going to go over the years. Right? So he knows, okay, events are going to happen. In a couple of years, we're going to look back at what he currently has, right? He already said, I don't think he minds me sharing. He already said He had a certain amount. He said he wanted something else. I sat down with him and I was like, look, right now you really don't need, you're covered. You don't really need, now a lot of people will come to me and say, oh, I'm already good. I already got a policy, and they won't be in a position that Sheed is in. Sheed is in a position where he wants currently to have a certain amount, and he's at a point where the certain amount that he has is good enough and close enough to the certain amount that he wants. Now, there's nothing wrong with in the future, in a year or two, he might be able to say, you know what? Now I'm going ahead and up it. And then we'll go ahead and cross that bridge.
Hey, Lonzo, you can go ahead and say it. It's $1 million.
Yeah,
I want $1 million policy, because the thing of it is, my wife, she's a good woman. And back in the day, throughout, a lot of men, when they've passed, their wives ultimately had to go remarry, with the premise of, trying to live a certain lifestyle. And with me passing, she won't have that if she don't want to. My wife is, she's more antisocial sometimes when it comes down to it. She like her peace. And with her being to herself and, having her peace of mind, that's what she like. She doesn't have to get remarried in order to live life. And I'm setting things up for that. Even my sons, to where if something happens to me, and I got to talk to you about that too, because I looked at some stuff on my policy to the point where I actually am going to make that goal. And just with all the other policies I have, it just is more of a cushion for me. That policy is going to take care of me down the line for when I want to borrow money throughout. Then the other policies that I have, those are just going to be my death policies. Those are the ones I'm just having for death policies.
Now let's transition to Atlanta real estate properties while we got Rashid here. Finish your thought,
let's
Rashid.
do that.
Right, cool.
Let's slow down, because I don't want to put too much of your stuff out there.
Yeah, but I mean, the biggest thing is a lot of people, I just want to drop this. The biggest thing a lot of people don't understand, man, when it come down to it, like, you got to get the knowledge, like I said. Like, my whole thing is, as far as business, even with real estate, I'm going to take this money and I get older and just buy up a couple of properties. I'm going to actually, when my sons get older, I'm looking at their policies to where they're investing in properties. My biggest thing is, by the time my sons turn 21, I want to have them in a quadplex or something like that, to where they can just make money off that. And if they want to work, they work. If they don't, they just enjoy life, man. But they're gonna know how to double their money versus just sitting there being lazy and not bringing nothing else in but the money I've given them. Let's go to Atlanta.
See, I like that there, Cobb County and stuff too.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna share your screen, Lonzo. So
What we gonna do?
the areas.
Winnie County, or what county is real good right now? She.
The buzz right now, a lot of people sleeping on, to be honest, is Henry County. That's more South Atlanta. That's the area, man. It's more spread. The houses are spread it out like Cobb. It's a whole lot cheaper, and it's still outside of the city perimeter.
Okay.
And if you're gonna go to HomeSnap instead of like Zillow and all those, I mean, if you want to just look at the houses for Zillow, but I mean, HomeSnap, it pretty much give you overall of the properties around, just like Zillow. It gives you the properties in which they were sold for in the area. It gives you like the square footage, the taxes, and all that. I mean, if you make a profile, it's even better, but Zillow mostly just let that stuff out. HomeSnap try to get you to actually make a profile so you can, keep you updated, because they want to send emails when houses that you recommend in the area are available.
I haven't signed into it in years. So.
Okay, so let me share your screen. Bingo.
Are you seeing it?
Yep.
All right. Actually, let me see if I do have. Hold on. Let me see if I still.
We got to look at properties and we got to look at businesses in Atlanta, Georgia. So write that down, whoever that got pen and paper nearby. That's why you always got to have pen and paper nearby me, man.
Businesses, I currently don't.
Properties, and also look at the incomes and rents. and also new businesses and jobs. Well, new jobs in the area.
Oh,
See, in
this probably
that
is
area,
nice.
yeah, in that area, McDonough, man, it's like warehouse galore. So that I think I probably went through about 3 or 4 new warehouses down there. They infrastructure is like crazy because it's right outside the city. So it's a industrial area over there. Then you have farming mixed in with it. So the farming land is more or less going out, and they're putting those warehouses over there, industry. So it's booming, and the housing market, it ain't even set yet. I mean, they still have like quiet as kept, $500,000 homes still going for like 250,000. Like, and the foreclosure rate over there is just crazy. I was talking to a lady over there. She had to pay $10,000 to get her house out of foreclosure, just so she won't lose her money that she invested over the years. Because she had ended up getting divorced. So her husband had a year to put the house in his name, but I guess some legal or money issues that he couldn't do it. So he just rolled it off without paying a mortgage for a whole year. And probably 2 years. I think it was like 2 years, she said. But she had to pay like $10,000 or something like that to get the house out of foreclosure, and she decided to go ahead and keep it and rent it out. But I mean, real nice house with a basement, unfinished basement, and the area, I think it has a total of 20 houses in the community. Real small, close-knit community.
There's a subdivision?
Yep, subdivision. Okay. But they don't have no HOAs. Real nice.
Okay. I love them. See, subdivisions is something that, I don't know if they got them all around down south, but I know they got them in Georgia. And them subdivisions are nice. So, like I told you, I used to live in Douglasville off of, Highway 5, on 300 Highway 5. Right? Yeah. So like right off of I-20. I used to go to the 12. Okay. Right? When the 12 was popping. So this is like in 06 when Jeezy and them was really out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But man,
click on the houses, man. Click on the houses. Let's look at some visuals.
Like 350 my hands are occupied at the second. Give me 1 second.
Okay, no problem. Rashid, look at the chart. Not the chart, but I guess you would call it a chart.
Yeah,
but look at the houses and everything, man. Talk about that story, how you said about houses back in 06 when you mentioned about Jeezy was 150,000, 200,000. Now it's at 2 million.
Man, these
houses used to be cheap.
With much, much cheaper, right? And here's the thing. Here's the beautiful thing about it, right? Again, and I don't want to make this anything too specific, but you would see a lot of people that look like you and I in these houses. You know what I'm saying? And talk about generational wealth. One of the things that I say, I'm going to tell you, insurance is a great way to generational wealth. But real estate is another great way to guarantee generational wealth if done properly. Real estate is an excellent way to guarantee generational wealth. If done properly, you can guarantee generational wealth. So this house is not that old. It's under 30 years old. It was built in 1996, 5 bedrooms, 3.5 baths. So you've replaced the roof. Maybe this is the second time you're replacing the roof right about now. Last time it sold was in 07 for 215. Look at that. In 21, so in 14 years, you made over $100,000 if you bought it for 215, right? Because now you can sell it for 100. That's less than your mortgage, right? So in 15 years, you already made 100,000 off of the house. Now, this is unlike life insurance, where often life insurance says you have to die. Now, remember, I'm a person who sells life insurance. Now, you don't have to die when using life insurance. That's what we're taught. But using life insurance and real estate, you can literally see here in the numbers where real estate can actually appreciate and be something to help you create generational wealth. Now, like Sheed said, He's going to get the life insurance to protect this.
Yep. I mean, that's like the biggest thing. A lot of people not knowing, man. You get that life insurance young and just let it float. You're actually building up cash value in that policy. Let's say to the point where you don't want to keep the money, you just want to go ahead and get the cash value out. That's okay.
That's where I use a monetized installment sale, man. Because that 350 piece right there, I can get a 93.7% monetized installment sale. They did this when Bill Clinton raised taxes on capital gains to fund, the repay back the Community Reinvestment Act of 1995. He did that in 1999. The monetized installment sale is a strategy tax code to be able to pay them. It's actually a loan from a third-party person. You got to pay it in 30 years. So if I did it right now, I would have to pay it in 2052.
Okay. Wow.
I have to pay the taxes due to 2052. And you know me, I'm going to be reinvesting. I'm going to be a reinvesting monster. So I take that 93.7% and I can do the similar thing what I would do with 1031 exchange, deploy funds and reinvest and pretty much defer taxes. Because you're not avoiding, you're deferring taxes, people. People that's listening understand the difference. Understand the difference between the two.
Now, this is now I just realized this, and there's actually something great that you mentioned there. And again, I'm a licensed real estate agent in the state of New York. In Real Deal, you mentioned something. Things like Trulia and Zillow. So HomeSnap is an app that agents like too, but they don't, but they do because it's more honest, right? Trulia and Zillow, I pay them money so that when you click it, it makes them call me. And hopefully you and I can connect and we can work together. But the property that you're looking at, I have no involvement in that property. And most of the agents that you call when you're on Trulia and Zillow have no involvement in that property. Now, that's not a bad thing. That's actually a good thing. The reason why is because here, like you'll see, it shows you the listing agent. The problem with working with the listing agent is there's multiple types of agents. There's a listing agent, aka a seller's agent. There's a buyer's agent. There's a broker's agent. Now, the listing or seller's agent represents the person who is listing or selling the house, right? So let's take this scenario. Let's say
look out for property management agents too. Also look out for property management agents, agent that's also the property manager of the property as well.
Bro, I'm not trying to kill everybody. Well, you know what? Why not? It's the Real Deal Financial, right? And look out for my podcast about that life insurance financial podcast, where I'll be bringing other financial professionals up like Real Deal, and we'll be breaking down financial topics. Generally, I'll be versing certain financial products and services versus insurance products and services.
Okay, but finish your point, Alonzo. I just want to throw that in because I also have a lot of issues when it comes to real estate agents and property. That's also the property manager because he acts more of the seller than the actual seller.
Well, yes. So here's the deal. With the seller's agent, 98% of the people who purchase a property only deal with the seller's agent. So let's look at numbers. What that means is right now this house is listed at $349,000. So let's say you come to Real Deal who's listing the house to buy it. And you say, yo, I'm willing to pay $400,000, but tell the seller I want to start at $300,000. And we'll negotiate from there. Real Deal, being the listing agent, is going to go to the seller and say, she is willing to pay $400,000 for the house. Because his best interest is the person selling the house. Now, she comes to me as the buyer's agent and says, Alonzo, that house is listed at $350,000. I am willing to pay $400,000. But let's start an offer at $300,000. I'm going to go to Real Deal and say, my client is offering $275,000. Real Deal is going to say, no, get out of here. I'm going to say, okay, my client is offering $300,000. And then Real Deal is going to say, okay, let me talk to my client. And he's going to say, nope. And then I'm going to say, okay, I talked back to my client, $325,000. And basically, we're going to go back and forth and negotiate. And I'm going to try and get lower than asking. Now, he, as the listing agent, is going to try and get as much over or close to the listing price as possible. So let's say we both agree at $349,000 even. And save Sheed $900. Now, Sheed's happy because Sheed was willing to pay $400,000. But I got him $900 off at least. Right? So that's the beauty of having a buyer's agent. Now, when it comes time to commissions, generally the seller pays the commission. So Sheed gets a lot of this representation for free. That's all I wanted to say about the app. But HomeSnap is a great app, and I think it gives good information. And I think it's better to use, but it's also great to understand the purpose of each type of agent. I'm not going to explain a broker's agent now. I'll do that in a video later. Am I the only one here now?
Nah, you good.
Yeah.
Scroll to the property.
Scroll to the properties. Let's look at the visuals.
Yeah.
Let's look at the visuals.
All right.
That's a visual right there.
Yeah.
Yep. Inside the house now.
Okay. Nice. Look at the front yard. Nice front yard. Sidewalk.
Nice for a door.
Yeah.
Oh,
look
at that side driveway. Okay. See, this is stuff. Oh gosh. Okay, so this is amenities on the property. See, this is nice. Oh, yeah. They've got a playground. So if you got kids, it's family friendly. You can have little parties and outings. They got the hutch.
Community. Yep. Community pool in the complex. Tennis court.
Yeah, I used to have something like this at Wesley Pond.
You know that's HOA. You know those are HOA fees all day for that.
Yeah. So let's check something else out. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. That one was $350. I'm trying to see ones that give me more than just the overhead. Okay, this one is in Locust Grove.
Because we're gonna look at Atlanta, Georgia. We're gonna look at Decatur, Mechanicsville,
County,
College Park, Tucker.
Let's see.
Alpharetta.
We got here. Over here by White House. Let's see what we got in this area. 7 of them. So these go from around $375 to $450.
Sandy Springs, Stone Mountain.
McDonough and Stockbridge. So McDonough.
Stockbridge as well.
Oh, that's beautiful. So this is 30252.
New development right there. That's a new development. You can tell by the look of the house.
Oh my God.
Look at the land.
Oh, look at that house. You don't understand what we get in the Northeast versus what y'all are getting in the South.
Hey, that right there would be like 2.5 easily.
Yeah.
I mean, just the land alone, the house itself.
Yeah, California has been $3 million. It's been $3 million with 12% in property taxes every year.
Jesus.
Expect that in California.
Well,
Just for the privilege, just for being in LA, you know.
Look at that.
Stars,
Shit.
things is aligned.
Oh,
Yep.
my wife gonna move to Georgia. Let's go. Hey, you need neighbors, she? We about to move to Georgia, son.
Come on.
Look at this.
I'm about to get ready to move out of my house. Where's what you that was at Locust
This is McDonough.
Stockbridge. Oh, McDonald's there.
We want to look at Stockbridge.
No, it's just how much is that house right there? How much
This
was
one
that
at
one?
McDonough was
The one you just
$450.
looked- That ain't bad.
How long it's been on the listing? Because if it's been in listing for 50 days, we can be able to beat up that price.
Yep, easy.
Beat up that price, because if it ain't selling quick in Atlanta, Georgia, we can be
3 days.
3 days.
This house was just built this year. See,
Wow. 2021. So they must have started in January, huh?
Yeah, you ain't gonna beat up that price too good.
No, we ain't gonna beat up that price.
That's a new development right there. I told you that's a new house. I looked at it from when I seen it.
Matter of fact, let's look at 62 Oyster. How you say that?
263
Hollister?
Osier Drive.
Osier Drive. Let's look at Osier Drive to be able to see, is there any vacant properties? Is there any beat up properties where you can be able to fix and flip and use that as a comp? Get it for 270, put 60 in, resell it for 450. Be able to get a nice little good, comfortable 145 margin, do the monetized installment sale, get that situation at $340,000 loan, get that and leverage it into a 1.2 type of building in Atlanta, Georgia. So we need to find some more shit in that area so we can see if there's any vacant properties, any tax liens in that area.
If you want some like properties, go to loopnet.net. I think it's
that's commercial.
loopnet.net.
Well, that's commercial.
Yeah.
That
But then that's when you start getting into the the apartments. That's when, cause my friend he was looking for some apartments. I had to put him on that one.
Well, we gotta be able to do something for the single family people, because the single family home situations is a lot of speed.
But these are beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Look at that. See, this is something you could drive up to.
Showing it to your wife.
Yeah, you about to show it to his wife on this one.
See, this is a work from home. You can have your little office here. I could do my live stream from right here. I got the 2 console tables. Got the flat screen TV. See, we already got this stuff ready instead of in the stuffy, city apartment.
What the clampet say?
Look at that,
Loaded
kid.
up the truck and moved to Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, man. I mean, just alone the way the floors were put in, they took a lot of detail. I mean,
I need to be an Alpharetta. I need to be an Alpharetta if I'm going to do some shit like that, and I'll probably only be an Alpharetta for like about 40 days of the year. Rashid probably see me every 40 days.
Hey, literally, Alpharetta, man. When the market crashed, their houses never went down. That's the only area in Georgia. Probably, I think they said it was in the whole United States. They never lose any value. Like when the housing market crashed all over Georgia, you had Smyrna houses being sold $200,000, still being sold for like less than 100,000, 100.
That's because the incomes hold up. Because there wasn't no foreclosures. That wasn't foreclosures up and down. Now, if they had a whole bunch of foreclosures up and down, if they had a lot of people that their job was pretty much crushed, then that's when it had been fell into the damn water. So that was specific homeowners in that specific location. So the culture of the money there, the culture of money, the understandings of money, being what I would call recession proof. Because those properties never went down. These properties are 750,000 to 1.1.
Oh yeah, Riverside. Right. That's the area that I told you.
I'm gonna look up another property really quick.
What's the guy, Glendon Cameron? He stays off the Riverside area. And
this up really quick.
And I know he got a nice. And when he showed the picture of his house, I think his driveway, and the way how his driveway sits, I actually know where his house is at too.
838.
So for people that actually really know that area,
Oh, nice.
Because I just need a scenario where these houses be that's okay. That's in Brooklyn. Okay, he's looking at his Brooklyn situation real quick. Okay, well,
it's not loading up.
But that's because Zillow, man, Zillow and StreamYards will suck up a whole bunch of energy, and Zillow shiesty too, man. Zillow be upcharging 30% off the top.
Yeah.
Property Shark is good. Let's try Realtor. See what works there. This is nice.
Because like me and Rashid mentioned on the last situation that we had, turning warehouses into clubs.
Yeah, man. I mean, back in the day, that's what what was it?
That's beautiful.
112. I think 112 was built like that on that structure, man. 112 was built like that.
Because the compound, like I told you last time, for the people that's coming in, this is an open panel. Don Gordito, if you want to come up on the panel, you could be able to come up on the panel as well. We can be able to chop it up as well. You're in Boston. But like I was saying, they got it for like $350,000 warehouse that was out of pretty much defunct, and literally turned that into a $25 million, $20 million building off of the strength of $2 million to $3 million a year in income off of the clubs. The rappers be there every weekend. Seem like people that want to go to the stripper bowl, athletes, rappers, entertainment people, celebrities, hell, even Kasim Reed.
Yep. And see, a lot of people don't get it, man. It's all about what you invest into your business. You get your return that way, you know, and especially with those clubs. I mean, even the smaller clubs in like these smaller towns, they still get, you know, big. Like I've been to clubs in Conyers, small little backwood town in Conyers, man, and Covington. Like those clubs are packed out every night in these little strip malls. Like crazy. I was down in what was it? Auburn, Georgia. And Auburn, Georgia, they have the college down there. Literally so many small towns where people were driving in from the towns over just to go to these clubs because they were popular. And just like you said, it was a warehouse district where they took a old let's say like a rooms to go type style where you furniture place. They took an old furniture place where they were just selling furniture out the front, had a storage in the back. They knocked down the back wall, put a kitchen back there, pushed it all the way to the back of the club, put 3 or 4 offices back there for management, had 3 stages in there for performances so they can have 3 different acts at the night running if they want to pack the clubs out even more. I mean, because you got to understand, like Bootsy was doing what, 3 shows, 5 shows a night. He'll start at like 7, 8 o'clock, do performance for 2 hours, go to another club, do performance for 2 hours, and you had all those guys charging $100,000, they'll get booked for one night. Boots will go do 3, 4 clubs and charge about 25 or 30,000, and he's racking up.
You know, before they canceled his Instagram, I remember one time where he talked about in a weekend he managed to get 120,000 after only having $50 in his personal. Wound up getting 120 after doing, like you said, that same 3 club, 4 club a night model.
Yeah.
And pretty much doing that shit from the start of 9 to all the way to 3 a.m., 4 a.m.
Yep.
So that's 4 or 5 clubs, to be honest. And you getting 15 here, pick up 20 here, pick up another 25 there, pick up some more 20s, network. To be honest, people that's going to do, like, because I got a lot of people that is in the music industry that does listen. They need to understand that if you're going to do a situation like that, club money, managing and brokering and, how can I say, monkey branching off of that, and getting to these networking situations, you got to be able to pick up as much money as you can and leverage that into some real estate. Damn it. If you get 120 a weekend, you can be able to put that in the $600,000 property easy if you got good credit as well. Added that you got good personal with business credit.
My thing is, I don't know who Boots' real estate agent is, but this guy's awesome. That
Yeah, he
property
got
that
what,
he has,
75 acres?
yeah,
Yes.
he got it less than I think he got it for less than $1 million because the wife and the husband were getting a divorce.
Yeah.
He talked about it on the interview. I don't know the
Well,
specific on closing amount, but he got on a steal.
that's why, Don, no problem. But that's why you always look for things like I got a list for people that book a consultation, credit builder 475 at gmail.com. If you want your credit repair, credit builder 475 at gmail.com. And if you want to be able to donate, $ Mr. Perfect 23G. That's my cash app, $ Mr. Perfect 23G. But when it comes to acres like that, you got a huge set of situation that you can put. Man, I would have a water park and charge a mission.
Facts.
75 fucking acres.
Yeah. All right, now for 375, what we just saw compared to the other thing, this is nothing. So let's see.
75 fucking acres, man.
Yeah,
Rick
that's
Ross's house is
insane.
153 acre property. Then you got Mar-a-Lago, that's 150,000 square feet. The Getty house in LA, that's about 200,000 square feet. What else is a big ass property? Hell, a lot of these Saudi princes and shit, they own a lot of properties in Atlanta. Go damn neighbor down the Ferry Drive and shit be an Arab worth $5 billion.
Let's see
I'm
if we
serious.
move out one. Let's see if we back up a little bit. So let's go where there's a little more listings. Let's go. What, we want to go northwest? Or let's go east of let's go northwest of Baltimore. Or southwest. Let's go southwest. It's 66, right? Then the cooler. So let's see what we got over here.
You don't want to go to the Cula, man.
No?
It's okay out there, but let me see where you at. Okay, there. You want to head back towards east. Yeah, there you go. Head east, because you're going outside of the perimeter area.
Yeah.
If you're gonna look at things, go to Lawrenceville. Lawrenceville is a nice area. See, Lawrenceville, you're getting close up there. Yeah, you're getting actually close up there by where the football training camp for the Falcons, Flowery Branch, Lawrenceville, that area over there in Buford. That's where most of the guys go up there. You know, and the Lawrenceville area too is where you have like Swanee, and that's where the Housewives of Atlanta, most of them stay in that area. So their properties, I mean, crazy. Like they have an
these
area.
are like nice starters actually. These aren't too expensive. This one was a little over 200. This ain't nothing bad at all.
Yeah, and it has space.
Word.
That's the thing when you look for properties, you want to find somewhere with space.
Mm-hmm. That's not bad at all.
But let's look at some businesses in Atlanta for sale. So Google search that. Then we can go back to any other properties in New York as well, because New York still has some upside. You just got to get it at a good price because of the struggling landlords. That's all.
That's it. All right, let's go through that. Selling FedEx routes. So these are actual businesses for sale. So these right here are a lot of FedEx routes. I didn't click on it. What the heck? It just automatically clicked. But these are like dedicated FedEx routes. So you generally would have a fleet of FedEx trucks already. Why is it stop clicking the whole thing? Why does it keep opening everything? I'm gonna hop off of this website. That's what I'm gonna do.
It all depends. Most of those routes that are sold on FedEx, they actually come with the truck, you know.
Okay. Let's do businessbroker.net. Where'd it go? Where businessbroker.net go? Here we go. Atlanta, Georgia businesses for sale. Peachtree Street. Is JD's restaurant still there? Again, why does this keep clicking the whole damn thing? So you got like an alteration and tailoring business.
Rashid, come in and come out, man. Come in and come back out. I'll look.
He Borgen?
Yeah, he Borgen, man. Yeah, my man Rashid is Borgen. He's to the point where he's gonna have to come back in and come back out.
I just realized it's 10 after. I actually got to get ready to get going because I got to hop back onto the CAFP. They having a little performance from Rob Bass this evening that they're doing for us. It's a 2-day event, technically a 3-day event. Monday they started, and it's going to be all the rest of today and all tomorrow. So it's definitely a cool event. I'll tell you all about it. I'm going to do a little behind the scenes on my channel on it as well. It's hosted by the American College of Financial Services. But before I hop off, I definitely want to look at, even though I know you were looking at business properties, as you know, from your friends in real estate, when you have your real estate license, just like when you go into a lot of different trades or, fields, there's more than one way to skin a cat. So part of having your real estate license doesn't mean that you have to sell physical real estate or commercial or residential real estate or commercial real estate. You can sell land, you can sell property, you can sell property rights, you can manage properties, or you can actually sell businesses with your real estate license. So, a licensed real estate agent can help you to purchase these different types of businesses. And obviously they can help you to set up your commercial location. This one is, oil reserves, healthy U vending, great side businesses, lawn maintenance. There's a pizzeria that's turnkey, more fitness franchises. So there's all kinds of stuff. All right. But anyway, listen, thank you, Real Deal, for having me up. I'll give you, a shout out when I'm trying to bring people up for my podcast. When I get that rolling, hopefully you'll come up and I'll have that soon. Thank you for, continuing to rock and grow with me. And we'll continue from there. Salute to all the people who are watching live and in the playback and all my new followers.
Hey, man. Zoe, you my guy, man. You always make sure that you bring in a diligent strategy and also to build off of what I say and to give a good visual structure as well. Because boy, God damn it, I am terrible at creating charts, visual charts. That is something that I definitely have to outsource when it comes to visual charts, because people are visual learners when it comes to financial stuff, when it comes to reading and writing, even though that I'm more of a reading and writing type of person. The language of business I like, off of the aspect that I see a lot of record label people and record artists that pretty much get screwed when it comes to the language of business. Not everything is going to be in a pie chart that's going to be grafted out for you visually. A lot of the times it's going to be language that you don't know. So That's why people should always be very structured when it comes to not doing business where somebody has a power of attorney over you, because that means that they have the ability to sign your name when you're not there. always have the ability where if it is a deal, make sure that you always get a virtual signature. Always do your audits. Always prepare on your bookkeeping. Ask the right necessary questions, and also figure out when it comes to building your team on getting a scenario where everything is preserved. Always make sure that you protect your intellectual property, your trademark is there, and also make sure that your domain is there. You don't want to wind up like how Dr. Boyce Watkins owned MeechieX's MeechieX.com shit, because he is doing domain poaching.
Oh my God.
He literally take people that he's either connected with and understanding that they may not have the business acumen or the business prowess to understand that you always need to get your domain on your name when it comes to your niche. So always make sure that your intellectual property is there. Always make sure that you structure your contracts, and also make sure that you got a good annuity plan where if you do get a good lump sum of money, you could be able to get passive income.
And always come see me when you get that annuity plan.
And you come to Lonzo Hall. You come to my man Lonzo Hall, man, and you'll be able to make sure that you're well structured. And when it comes to credit repair, that's where you come to Real Deal Financial as well. But Lonzo,
let me ask you something. With that, right? Because this can be, a match made in heaven, like you said, with the factoring, as well as the credit repair. Do you work with more business or personal?
I work with both. I help on both due to the fact that I know that a lot of people don't have the personal to be able to go strictly to business. I really want it to just go business, but I know that people are not going to work with a perfect score every time. So I repair the credit, and I have it where you only pay for the performance. So we do not charge unless we delete.
Okay. I will hopefully have someone contact you. You know how that goes, but I have someone in mind who would be a good candidate for that. Are you restricted to any areas or no?
Not restricted. Not restricted. Spring Hill Credit Solutions is nationwide. We do have situations of people in California, Nevada, Arizona, and also Minnesota, Georgia, Florida, New York, New Jersey, VA.
Okay.
We have Texas clients as well. So we are nationwide. And even if we have a scenario, that's where my guy Brian has me and Mark. Mark is he's literally the sledgehammer. Has any scenarios where if we can't get anything done, he's inside his corporation and we have a joint venture partnership with him as well. He could be able to lead bankruptcies, child support, and also turn positives when it comes to your student loans. So that's why people should know that you do have a person that is willing to work with you here. I do have my website, Spring Hill Credit Solutions. Me and Brian is pretty much tag team partnership when it comes to this. So we are literally the tag team champions of the world when it comes to this, because you only pay when we have the performance. So we have 75 clients coming in the past month. People are getting their situation solved. We help when it comes to business planning as well, because we really need people to work on personal credit. And while their credit's getting paired on the personal, focus on a business that they want to create, focus on a niche that they would like to do. I also help people when it comes to hiring the e-commerce workers. So I'm literally helping people step by step with teams, with me, Brian and Mark, when it comes to the funding, credit repair, and also underwriting as well. People need to understand credit unions, community banks are the biggest givers when it comes to lending. When it comes to a Chase may give you $4,000, but a credit union may work with you and give you 15. So that's why people should always get a good, strong opening checking out deposit when it comes to a credit union. Build your relationships with credit unions and community banks, no matter what country you're in. Well, no, not what country, what state you're in or what state it's in. Always focusing on Navy Federal, DCU Credit Union, Marcus Loans, SoFi Bank. A lot of the fintech businesses is actually giving out a lot
Can
of
we also mention
available.
Carver Federal Credit Union? That's a black-owned bank.
Yes, Carver Federal.
I
Carver
think there's
actually
also
Carver
Chicago
Carver
First.
stock actually, man, Carver stock blew up 4 episodes ago, where
See?
it blew up like it was a home run play where it was like $4 a share and it went up to $50 a share.
See?
And you see, I only got like a $200 of worth of shares on that, and it only blew up to $500 on that day. But yes, Carver Financial, pardon me, that one as well. You got a lot of credit unions that's in Atlanta area that people need to pay attention on, but still, at the end of the day, credit unions, community banks, local banks, they're
Actually,
the
if I'm not
ones.
mistaken, there's also Peachtree Financial.
Peachtree Financial as well. That's why people get their pen and paper. Peachtree. Get your Peachtree financial situation set up. Like I said, opening checking account deposit is strong. Make sure that your LLC has the EIN in good standing with the state and also has a DUNS number as well, plus business trade lines, and make sure that your personal is still strong. Make sure that there's no inquiries. Make sure that your credit utilization is under 20%. They say under a third, but under 20%, really, if it's like 5 to 10%, that's like stellar type of credit management and credit usage. But at the end of the day, the credit that you do use, I would say people should put it in their marketing, because marketing literally brings in more sales, brings in more visibility, expands your reach and your ability to capture phone numbers, emails, and also affiliates if you don't get a sale. When it comes to e-commerce, everything is e-commerce, y'all. Everything is e-commerce. If it's either on YouTube to pretty much on a website to Instagram to literally on measurements of what everybody do when it comes to DoorDash, that's e-commerce as well.
Exactly.
Everything. So when it comes to everything that's being said, Lonzo is literally the guy that can get you a good structure, policies, and to be able to give you a good step-by-step format on what needs to be done on your end. Plus, you can be able to leverage the situation where your payouts can be able to be used for real estate acquisitions and be more diligent on what's going on in other markets as well, so you can be more diversified and you don't get caught up in a ringer where either your market was either faltering because a coal mine or a plant, it was pretty much the job supply of the area moves the area. That's a scenario that people should also pay attention when it comes to real estate analysis and job analysis. Look at the jobs report in that area. Also call a city planner to see what's the future developments as well. Call the city planner to be able to ask on the guy. They actually give you a map. They actually would give you a map and the guidelines. So that's where you could be on top of things. So when people get that ass whooped, you're going to make money off of assigning the fees to the property developers and the people that are the fix and flippers. And hopefully, if you're a person of an each one teach one system, create apprenticeships and create the strategy and be able to expand it where other people in that area can be able to make money. So they don't have to get caught up in the ringer. They don't have to have the talking point of, we didn't know what was coming. We wasn't ready. We didn't know what was going on. The only thing we noticed that the rents just went up 40%, spiked up in the last 90 days. We don't know what to do.
Exactly. But at any rate, listen, guys, it's been great coming up here. Real Deal is definitely the real deal. I'm glad that I, found you. I'm glad you found me. I'm glad you're allowing people to come up here and be open, not just myself, but other people and professionals just like Rex. He came up here with some great questions. Now I've actually got a question from Wadner that I'll be answering in a video, like I said, inside of the next 2 days. I'm visiting the CAAFP. Remember, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, lastly, when people challenge you, they don't challenge you, but they challenge you, but they challenge you to challenge you. Accept the challenge. Salute. With that being said, Real Deal, thank you for having me up once again. And I'm going to go ahead and drop off and hop back to the CAFP.
All right, no, man. All right, no problem, man. You got my email. So I'm about to close up myself as well. So salute to you, Lonzo. We'll talk.
Hey,
We'll talk. But that being said, I am Real Deal Financial. If you want my email, creditbuilder475@gmail.com. Creditbuilder475@gmail.com. My Cash App is $Mr. Perfect 23G. If anybody needs a credit repaired, Spring Hill Credit Solutions is my website. I will pretty much catch you guys later. I will put all the links in the description for the people that's coming in the replay that wants to be able to see my credit repair website. We will be able to work on you based on your budget, and it's pay per performance. So we only charge when we do a performance, meaning that you don't have to spend big money up front. We're not charging $3,000 or $4,000 on credit repair. That's absolutely insane. If you have $3,000 or $4,000, you need to get an Age Corporation from Credit Cash. Mark B. Anderson. He's literally a situation where he can be able to work with you on aspect of the property deals and help negotiate on the deals. So situations like that, me and Brian and Mark, we're all willing to help. And for the people that's just listening in the shadows, we're willing to be able to give free information for you to be able to work with your credit solution people and to be able to make sure that you got a very good strategy to be able to advance forward, acquire properties, and leverage business credit, protect the personal. But I am Real Deal Financial, and I am out.